So we're live. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mute this microphone. So until people get in, should I?
I would just stop it and start once we get started.
Oh,
I mean, nobody's gonna watch it anyway.
stream will stop immediately. You no longer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey Susan. Hey Erica.
How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
Okay.
How's the weather?
Yeah. As long as there's something cool coming
this was put into place during the Jindal area, the Jindal time when he was governor, because Louisiana has not always been known as a bedrock of
Fiscal
transparency
responsibility.
and fiscal responsibility. Amazingly, people still do get away with some stuff, but that is the purpose of the code of ethics. So anytime you're thinking, is this something that I should do or not, to think about what it looks like in terms of the flow of public dollars. So, we hope that you think about ethics throughout the week as something that grows organically. The code of ethics, they have this little graphic throughout the presentation. It's the roots of good roots equals good fruit equals good government. So the roots of the tree are honesty, fairness, and transparency and selfless service. Who's got to take the mandatory 1 hour? Public servants and elected officials. So public servants is anyone who is paid with public funds or anyone appointed to a governing body that oversees those paid with public funds. Elected officials also have to take an hour of campaign finance disclosure. It is credited by a calendar year. A lot of people mistakenly think that this is a July to June thing, and that has actually gotten people in trouble. They're like, well, I took it, last October, so I'm good for this year. You're not. It's a calendar year, so you have to make sure you're doing it by December 31st. Y'all are taking it now, so y'all will be fine. We also, if any of you go to our conference, we also offer an ethics training at the conference. Our conference is December 12th, so you get your credit for December 31st. Just explain who a public servant is. So everybody in your school, essentially, is a public servant and must take the ethics training. So the behavior of public servants influences how citizens answer such questions as, is the government fair? Does it work for the good of the people? The key word we kind of went over, honesty, is that the public must have confidence in the integrity of government. Fairness, public servants must be independent and impartial. Transparency, all decisions and policies must be made to the proper channels of government. And then selfless service. Public office and employment must not be used for private gain other than that to which the public servant is entitled by law. That last one is really the one that most of what applies to charter schools really focuses on, is that selfless service. So what are the conflicts of interest? I think we all know what a conflict of interest is. It's a situation in which a person can get personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. So they talk about conflict of interest. I said earlier that the Board of Ethics is mostly concerned with the flow of public dollars, but there's also the personal benefit, which may not be in the form of money. It may be in the form of someone on the board is also the admissions person at a prestigious university at Tulane or Loyola, and someone related to the school goes through that board member. That's getting to make sure their kid gets into Tulane. That is gaining a personal benefit from your position either as an employee of the school or as a board member. Does that make sense? Okay. The general human desires that lead to conflict of interest. You don't care about fair procedures. You want to speak to the top. You think it's all about you, not the people. You got your mind on that money and that money on your mind. I love this one because nobody in schools is making any money. So this is not related. The teachers, whenever I do the teachers, they always are like, whatever. I'm like, this is about politicians. I know you guys are not. Y'all are raking it in. And then this is the one actually that does get a lot of schools in trouble, is that you just want to help friends and family even when it breaks the rules. And most of the time, this just isn't even nefarious. It's just the school is looking for a landscaper. You have a buddy that owns a landscaping company, or you have a brother that owns a landscaping company, and so you don't even think about it. You're like, yeah, we have this RFP out. Go ahead and bid on it.
Question.
Yeah,
So you have a buddy.
we're gonna talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
The brother is a definite no. Okay, the buddy is not banned by the Code of Ethics, but so how do you identify pitfalls and sensitivity? Well, your actions make your supervisor uncomfortable. Will your actions weaken the public trust? Will anyone seem to get an unfair advantage? Will your actions make a bad headlines on the news? And will your actions put your agency at legal risk? So it's really this advantage in news that we talk about. We're going to talk about who exactly is prohibited, but there's also, like I tell people, you all sit through this ethics training. Y'all know, like, okay, well, my buddy's not actually like a prohibited source. We're not going to get fined by the Board of Ethics for that. However, the general public does not know anything about the Code of Ethics. So, to your school community, does it look like your cousin who's not prohibited or your friend had an unfair advantage by knowing you?
Even if they have the lowest bid.
Even if they had the lowest bid. And if they had the lowest bid, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing preventing you. But I always tell people, not just in the ethics training, but think about what that looks like as a headline. If someone who is, very against young audiences comes to a board meeting and then puts a story out that says, oh, well, Erica's best friend put the lowest bid in for, the cleaning services at the school. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that legally, but what does it look like? What's the perception?
With the next budget, you raise it tremendously. Like certainly.
Right. There is like the letter of the law, and then there is the perception of the community and how they see it. At YACS, we always say you do not want a bad headline, whether it's true or not. So who's held accountable? Elected and appointed officials, public employees, private entities, so contractors, consultants, and legal entities, and then immediate family members. So what is an immediate family member? Your spouse, your children and your children's spouse, your spouse's parents and your parents, your brothers and sisters, including half siblings, but not including step siblings. The spouses of your brothers, sisters, and half siblings, but not your spouse's brothers and sisters. So this makes no sense. This was, I think, just an oversight when they were writing the Code of Ethics.
Or somebody had a spouse's
Right.
brother and they were.
Or the more cynical view is that it was done on purpose. But again, it makes no sense, and think about the perception, right? So just, technically, I could not do business with my sister's husband, and I could do business with my husband's sister. Does anybody see the difference in that in a story, right? Like, so again, the letter of the code and the spirit of the code are two different things. So what is a prohibited source? A prohibited source is a person who is seeking a contract, business or financial relationship with your agency, or someone who, for compensation, attempts to influence any legislation or ordinance of the elected body. Again, that does not pertain to you. A person who conducts activities regulated by the public employees agency, and a person who has a substantial economic interest. So again, anybody who might gain benefit from their relationship with young audiences. What is a substantial economic interest? An economic interest which is of greater benefit to the public servant than to a general class or group of persons. The code lists exceptions to the definition in its definition section, but there are not a lot of exceptions that really would apply to charter schools. You also can, anytime you're like not sure about something, you can contact the Board of Ethics for an opinion. Sarah and I often will call them to get like a verbal opinion, which is not binding, but the lawyers there kind of know. They've also handed down some like written opinions that make zero sense to me and seem to fly in the face of the Code of Ethics. But if you get a written opinion from the Board of Ethics, it is binding. So what is a thing of economic value? Money or any other thing having economic value except promotional items which have no resale value. So what are things of economic value? Tickets, gifts. A public servant may not solicit or accept anything of economic value as a gift or gratuity from any person or from any officer, director, agent, or employee of such a person considered a prohibited source. So what does this mean? This means that you cannot, as a board member, someone cannot come give you a Yeti cooler to try and influence your decision to vote for their contract on the board, essentially. Or Yeti Cool is the first thing that came to my mind. We can talk about that later in the thing. But something you might like, right? A necklace, a gift card for dinner. You know, you're not supposed to be influenced by gifts. There are some exceptions. Promotional items are things that have no economic value or they have no resale value. So promotional items are things you get at the conference, right? You go to a conference, people have stress balls and pens and lunch bags and everything's branded with their name. Nobody is buying that from you. But they say that it must be imprinted with the company logo, and they say permanently imprinted with the company logo. Is a promotional item. So which of these items are promotional? Can everybody read that?
Which is not, or which is?
Which is?
Canvas too.
Permanently.
And so I did it. Oh, okay.
The umbrella's not.
It's like a center golf club.
Exactly. See, that's why. So
Yeah,
the fishing pole is not.
right,
Fishing poles are extremely expensive.
yeah.
My husband is a fisherman, and I know how expensive they are. I do not care what was printed on that fishing pole. If I could get it for half price of what I would pay otherwise, I'm buying it at half price. The umbrella, this one I think is kind of silly, but it's because it's from their business partner and not directly from them. Umbrella, no kind of resale value that has, but it goes against the printed with the company name. The picnic drink cooler with the company's logo, that depends, right? So if it's like I said, the little lunch boxes, little
Yeah.
fabric lunch boxes people give, that's considered a cooler, that nobody's buying that from you. If it's a Yeti, which is a $400 cooler, again, I don't care what's imprinted on it or engraved into it. If I get it for $200, I'm gonna buy it, right? So that depends. And then the canvas tote, obviously. I think I throw away about 10 of those a year at the bottom of my closet.
Oh, yeah. I have more if you need.
A few years ago, IDEA charter schools sponsored conference. How were they allowed to?
Our conference?
It was a charter school conference, and their name was all over. So how were they able to do that?
They can sponsor.
Okay.
So that's different than
allowed.
this.
Okay.
That's different than this. So, for example, National Heritage Charter Schools, their mothership, they sponsor our conference. So, like, if Young Audience's mothership, so it's not. I don't think like a single standalone could sponsor if they were using MFP dollars. Like, if they had some donation that they wanted to do, there's nothing that prevents a school from advertising
So
or
this is
donating.
person to person.
This is person to person. So an
Maybe that's.
And
these are items that can be resold.
Yes. So like Geo Foundation sponsors our conference. Like it's a sponsorship. That's their mothership. In the accounting world, that is considered advertising. Which if you have money in your budget to advertise, there's nothing in the code of ethics that prevents that. Talk about that. Okay, teachers' gifts. So there is an exception for teachers' gifts. Gifts must be received on behalf of a student or a former student. A single gift may not exceed $25 per student, and the total amount of gifts for a calendar year, not a school year, a calendar year, may not exceed $75 per student. I don't think teachers are getting showered with gifts. We talked about this when I do teacher ethics. However, teachers, if there is a class mom or a class parent, I guess I should say class parent, that wants to, organize the class to get one gift for a teacher, they can do that. The amount of the gift cannot exceed $25 per student for that particular time. That can happen 3 times a year.
Right,
So it should say from the student.
Number 3.
On behalf of a student.
Number 3.
3.
Received,
5.
yeah, semantics that's.
Well, no, so because that does open up questions, because like when we do, the Christmas gifts, what do we call those? To the kids, the kids that have been identified by the social workers.
Yes.
Wait, are you
This is
talking
not
about
about
students?
This is not about students. Their language may be confusing. What they're saying is that gifts from on behalf of a student to a teacher.
Right.
So you can do whatever you want with your students.
Okay,
This has nothing to do with students. This is teacher gifts.
right, yeah, exactly, just double check.
Yeah, no, this has nothing to do with that.
So a
That's-
teacher cannot receive more than $75 from the students.
in a calendar year, they cannot receive more than $25 per time.
But what if you had a teacher in need? That's an interesting question. As a teacher, perhaps, for them, the school.
That's not a gift.
That's a donation.
That's a donation.
Yeah,
So
that's not a gift, and that it's that's not what they're talking about here. What they're talking about is a parent who has a kid who's maybe struggling and maybe has the means to come in and say, hey, you know, Miss Smith, yeah, Miss Smith, here's a spa day at Woodhouse. Maybe that D is a B.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing
So
with
it's
this.
to influence, not.
It's to influence. It's not, if a teacher has a house, like if you have a teacher that's in some sort of crisis, that is nothing to do with this.
Right.
If the parents want to start a GoFundMe to help the teacher, that is not, there's no influence. There's no free. Okay, food and drink gift exceptions. Food and drink must be consumed in the presence of the giver or the representative of the providing company or organization. What this generally means to the school is you'll have vendors who will, around Mardi Gras, come drop off king cakes, or I don't know, maybe a curriculum vendor comes and does like a pizza day for teachers. I've never worked in a school. I don't know how it works. I know the king cakes are a thing because the Board of Ethics always talks to us about this. Technically, you're not allowed to partake of the king cake if the vendor does not stay and eat the king cake with you.
Really?
Technically, that is the rule. The Board of Ethics, when they give this presentation, always like to tell us a story about how someone brought flowers to the Board of Ethics office, and it was a gift, and it was a gift that was more than the $25 or whatever the gift amount is, and they literally didn't keep the flowers. They brought the flowers to a nursing home close by. Like, so technically, you're not supposed to eat the king cake or the pizza unless the person stays with you or live streaming. Right.
The idea is you can take somebody out and buy them a scotch and water, but you can't give them a bottle of scotch to take home.
This is again more geared towards public officials and charter school boards, kind of like because you're an appointed board, are also involved in it, and because we're, schools are paid with public dollars. Public servant may receive reasonable transportation. Basically, if somebody wants to send you to go want you to come meet them, they can send a taxi. They can't send a limo. They can send an Uber, not a limo. It's reasonable transportation. Gift cards are never part of the exception for food or drinks. So a vendor cannot come by and drop off a bunch of gift cards. And we get this question every year around Christmas. At least 5 schools call and say, so-and-so vendor wants to come drop off Starbucks gift cards for our teachers. No.
They can sponsor a coffee, but they can't give you.
Correct.
They can bring a jug of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they can say, we want to have, we're going to run out CCs for the day. Everybody come, get a coffee. But the gift cards are never an exception.
Because it says gift on the card.
Okay, the limitation on the dollar value of food and drink is currently now $71. Like I said, they have not included this. It does not include tax and gratuity. I don't think that people are whining and dining charter school board members or charter school teachers. But this is, I don't know how many of you are aware. I know Ricky is. We have a C4, so we have a political organization as well. So this is something that I really have to follow. We are, having dinners with Bessie and things like that. But it doesn't include it doesn't include tax or gratuity. An event, however, is a single activity. So anytime you close out the check, that event is over. So it's not $71 a day on a public official, it's $71 an event. So you have breakfast, lunch,
And event. Yeah, that not the year.
no, not even the day, an event. So,
You can,
Breakfast meeting, have a lunch meeting.
right, or you can have cocktail hour events.
Yes, right.
you got to post checkout.
But you can't take that person out again next week.
Yeah.
You can.
Per event.
Oh, okay.
Per event.
Not that I'm taking anyone out.
No,
Yeah,
no, per event,
not yet.
per event.
So you just put a separate check for everything.
I think that was put in by some people as well,
Yeah.
who like to.
Yeah.
be more effective. So what are
Oh, yeah.
exclusions? Exclusions are gatherings held in conjunction with a meeting related to a national or regional organization, or meetings for statewide organizations of governmental officials, as long as 10 people associated with the organization are invited. Again, I'll use our conference as a example of this. We invite everybody to our conference. You are not getting a conference luncheon meal for less than $71. It's not a thing. If someone knows a hotel that does that, please let me know, because our banquet bill every year is like a lot. So we invite every single charter board member, every single school leader, every single CFO. So there's always more than 10 people from the organization invited to our conference. So it does not
They don't
apply.
have to come, they don't have to come.
They just have to be invited. Complimentary admissions. What type of events are you allowed complimentary admissions? These four: civic, nonprofit, educational, political. If you're a speaker, a panel member, a debate or discussion participant, or a program honoree. We get certain elected officials call us every year wanting to know if we can comp their admission to the conference. They take the same ethics training that you do, that I do. They know they can't, but they ask every year. But we do often, because it is, related to the work we're doing, we will often have people on that are giving presentations, or people who are on a panel with Caroline, or people who we're honoring as an awards. We do our awards luncheon. Those people are allowed complimentary admission because they fall into one of these four categories. Complimentary admissions exceptions, the fundraisers for candidates of a political party. This does not apply to y'all because you are a 501c3 and you're not allowed to engage in political activity. No, absolutely never to sporting events, ever, ever, ever. And that is because there were a lot of meetings taking place in the suites at the Superdome, a lot of meetings taking place at LSU games. That is never an exception. You look like you have a question, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
What is the
So you can, in your personal, like,
Right,
I am Ricky,
not on behalf of.
right, but not on behalf of. And so where that, and this really is more about the complimentary admissions exception. Because so if they're saying, hey, Ricky, we want you as the CEO of Young Audiences to come speak at our political fundraiser, then you cannot do that because you're a 501c3. Where this also kind of comes into play, not necessarily on the complimentary admissions exceptions, but I do want to talk about the 501c3 and the political ramifications of that with your teachers and your school leaders. A lot of times during legislative session, we at LAPCS will ask school leaders and board members to bring teachers and bring parents to come. If there's like a big, we've had the buoy bill the last few years, which now we're not experimenting anymore. So, but we've always had, like, we've rented buses to bring people to the Capitol. Teachers cannot do that if they're being paid a personal day, because it's considered that they're on the clock for the school. So for a teacher or a school leader or somebody who works for the school, I mean, for board members, y'all don't get paid, so it doesn't really matter. But they have to take an unpaid day.
The CEO would have to take it.
Technically, she would have to take an unpaid day. Now we have school leaders that come up that come up all the time that I don't think people are paying that much attention to it, but people will notice if you have a bus full of teachers, they're gonna be like, what's that?
But an executive director or school
Well-
leader, wouldn't that be considered part of their job as advocacy or?
So then you get into it, like, now we're getting kind of out of the Board of Ethics and into like the accounting. Like, you're allowed as a 501c3 to do a certain amount of advocacy. It's 5% of your annual budget unless you file this special, I think it's called Form K or Form H. I don't remember. We filed it like years ago. But you have to really like look at like what is advocacy and what is lobbying, right? Because those are two different things. Advocacy is informing. Lobbying is supporting or opposing. But yes, a school leader can come up, like we have school leaders come up and testify all the time, but they're informing, like they're sitting there and they're informing the House committee.
Right.
They're not saying
They're not walking
you
out
should
there with the
vote,
signs and vote no.
yes. But when we had our sign saying vote no, we had to have everybody make sure that they weren't getting paid. Because we did do that one time with one of Bobby's bills. All right, can also accept complimentary admission if the event is held for the benefit of an educational institution, as well as events hosted for the benefit of a nonprofit that conducts educational programs. So there are admissions. Again, this is really related to public officials. I don't know that a lot of charter school board members are going all over the place to different organizations, to different conferences around the country. We did have a school leader a while back asked if he would be allowed to go speak at a conference in China. And we're like, and that relates to the work you're doing. How? We were like, you should go get a formal Board of Ethics opinion on that. And I'm not comfortable saying that that's okay. Exceptions to travel is that if you can accept complimentary admission, lodging, and reasonable transportation, as long as you comply with the code statute. So it's convoluted because why make it easy? If an elected official files the proper paperwork 60 days prior to an event, they are allowed to receive complimentary admission, even if they're not a speaker or a panelist. But they have to get it approved. They have to file this form and then get it approved. And then file disclosures with the Board of Ethics. And so usually they're like, you know what, it's not worth it. I'll either pay for my admission or put me on a panel. Okay. That's what I was just talking about. So this is like the loophole for a public official or an appointed official. No disclosure needs to be filed if you're paying for your additional lodging.
Good roots, good food, good government. Let's make Louisiana government the best it can be.
That's their little video. Okay. This is where there was a change in the law this year. So public servants have to be careful about how they choose to moonlight or earn extra income. And the code restricts how a public servant may earn extra income performing services for private entities. This was a big change this year for teachers. In the past, teachers were not allowed to tutor their own students. Now, because of I can't think of the act number, Sarah would know it, but now teachers are able to tutor their own students. And that's something to do with the high dosage tutoring. They are allowed to tutor their own students. They are allowed to get paid for it. Now, what we are telling schools, because some schools are like, wait a second, like, are teachers going to be like staying at the school all night? And we're going to have to like be providing guards and all that. Like, that's going to be a big expense for us. While they are allowed to be paid to tutor their own students, the school has the ability to set the policy around what does that look like. Like, no, we're not going to leave the lights on and have a security guard till 8 o'clock every night so that you can earn extra income. Right. So the school needs to look at, yes, it is a great thing that they're able to tutor their own students. I understand what the purpose of it, the original purpose of it is, there's this thought that, it wasn't related exactly to teachers, but there was this thought of like, well, if you can make extra money doing your same job, why would you do your job to the best of your ability? What, you would do, so it was that thought.
Yeah.
And when it came to teachers, it's like, oh, well, maybe they're not doing their best all day in the classrooms, and then they can get paid by the parents to do tutoring after.
But the teacher knows best what the limitation, what the
Right.
child needs.
So that was a change in the law this year, but as y'all are thinking about that, just think about the policy and what works best for young audiences in terms of what that looks like with your schools and your teachers. And also, I think we're waiting for LDOE to send out some more guidance on high dosage tutoring. Hopefully that'll be coming out maybe same time they come out with Act 370 guidance, Richard. I'm still working on that. So the prohibitions are because you can't receive anything of economic value other than what you're entitled to. So that's kind of what I was just about. Sorry, I've given this presentation so many times I've tendency to get ahead of the slide. Also, no sharing of non-public info as schools, as teachers, as school administrators, as board members. Oftentimes you're privy to information that is not necessarily public. Don't sell it. Don't make any money off of it. Why is it making noise?
Right.
I've never had to do that before, actually. It's right. A transaction, you know what a transaction is. It's a proceeding, an application, a submission, or a request for a ruling or other determination. No appointed member of any board or commission or any member in his or her immediate family or a legal entity in which you have an economic interest can enter into a contract with your agency. So who cannot bid on a contract? The public servant's immediate family member, and a legal entity where you or a spouse exercises control or owns a greater than 25% interest in the company. Yes.
And I'm pretty sure the answer is it's okay, but let's say a close parent, a parent has a contract with non-CMO, not the school CMO, but it's in government, yes. Contract wouldn't be with a CMO.
Like a parent of a school?
No, of an employee, a high level.
A parent of a high-level employee?
Working, having a contract with
No, yeah,
that's a separate organization.
that's a separate organization.
That doesn't matter.
Has nothing to do with you.
That's good.
Okay, stop and think. So it's an immediate family member transacting with your agency. So this is a disclosure. So what this is in a reference is if you, and I'll put this in terms of like for the board, right? You're looking for new board members. You have somebody that already has a contract with you that you think is going to make a phenomenal board member. You technically can bring them on the board. They have to disclose to the Board of Ethics that they have a contract, but that contract cannot be renewed. So they cannot continue to do business with the board. What Sarah and I always say is if they already have a contract with the board, just wait until and if they want to join the board, because most people are going to be like, oh, it's my business. This is not a contract. But if they have a contract, just wait until the contract expires if they're willing to do that, because you do have to disclose to the Board of Ethics. Sometimes people will forget about that, and like the Board of Ethics looks for these kind of things, but they really do. And what this does not mean, and we've had people ask this, is no, you cannot be on the board and then get a contract with the board and then disclose that. It is a prior existing contract. Okay. Does not allow you to enter into a contract. A person may be fined $100 per day if the disclosure is not filed by May 15th. This is the same for your tier 3 disclosures. That's a quick mention later, but the Board of Ethics does fine. They're good at that. They're real good at finding. And they look for this kind of stuff. Like they call us around October. They're calling us saying, "Hey, this board member for this charter school didn't file their tier 3 financial disclosure. Do you know how we can get in touch with them?"
And when that has happened in the past, like it happened last year, several board members, and we were able to approve, this- we do all of that through Richard, because
Right.
you can find the proof of it being filed.
Yes.
Oh, looks, we do have it.
Yes.
They do send you a nasty letter.
They do. They do.
Certified,
Yes, they do.
and I go, Board of Ethics, oh shit.
Like I said, we have a political organization. I've gotten some fun Board of Ethics letters when we first started that. But I will say though, the Board of Ethics, like I call them all the time on behalf of the C4 and just say like, hey, like I'm about to file this report. I want to make sure I'm doing it right. They're very helpful when you call them. They really are. And the people that I deal with, like there's a woman over there, Andrea, she loves it. She's like, I know you're always trying to do the right thing. I appreciate that you call. I would rather you call and do the right thing. And then since I've built relationships with them a couple of times when there's been a little, maybe a report felt like a day late, which they will fine you for, they've been like, no, we know you're trying to do the right thing. So relationships are.
So when you say the ethics, how active are they? When you say they're looking for, is that from tier papers and all those things?
Tier papers, like
Or,
ethics trainings.
I mean, is it more, so it's whether they do the criteria, but how much of it is just people ratting out?
Oh, we'll talk about that at the end. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that, and we're gonna talk about that. That's one of the last.
The people who don't get the criteria.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
But they're set up for, they're not set up to be a state operation. So that's, right?
No. But they do have auditors that go through and make sure that, they are auditing. Complications of participation, what this basically means is that you can't participate in a conversation about a contract. Public employees can disqualify themselves to avoid participation problems. Elected officials have to recuse themselves from voting, but they may participate in the debate discussions. Appointed officials may not participate in the debate discussions.
So can you go over that, because I've been on several boards where people say, I'm going to recuse myself, but I want you to know that this is just the best project, and you're stupid.
So depending on whether it's an elected board or appointed board, if it's an elected board, then that's okay. If it's an appointed board, then that is not okay.
Wow.
Like this is an appointed board. The public does not elect you,
So
right?
that's a-
So, but if it's
Probably appointed.
but if it's OPSB, that's an elected board, then they can say, if you don't vote on this, you're stupid, but I'm not gonna vote on it. That's something, I don't understand that. Okay, little quiz. Dr. Julietta Rios sits on the board of medical examiners. Her brother's wife, Kat, is a doctor as well. Unfortunately, the board of examiners has received a complaint against Kat that puts her medical license in jeopardy. At tonight's meeting, Kat's case will come before Julietta's board. What should Julietta do? It's a board of medical examiners. Have you ever voted for a board of medical? I don't think they give you enough information in this question.
Right, so she's in quarantine. Right. Yeah, and.
So should she do A, B, or C?
Do my license.
Me. Of course.
B.
Yeah, but that's, yeah,
No, tell her fellow
Oh, she
board members
will
to participate.
right.
that's if you were elected.
If
That's
she was elected, she could do C.
C could do C.
But appointed, you cannot. Okay, nepotism. This is another area where charter schools do get in trouble. I think we all know what nepotism is. It's a violation when an agency head hires an immediate family member. So agency heads, what an agency head is everyone sitting in this room, for one. But an agency head is also defined as someone who has supervisory role. So it's not just Ricky, right? It's your CFO, it's your CAO. Anyone who has direct supervisory role over a department is considered an agency head. And then you may not work under an agency head. The nepotism rule does not prohibit. Okay, so there's a teacher exception for one, and I'm probably doing this out of order, but there's a teacher exception. So a classroom teacher can be related to an agency head, as long as there's a firewall. an HR firewall between that classroom teacher. The other one is that if a public employee's immediate family member becomes the agency head, if that person has been there for a year. So if I've been the school secretary for a year and young audience is looking for a principal, and my brother is an amazing school principal, if I've been there for a year, they can hire him to be the principal. But again, there has to be a complete firewall. So he cannot set my salary. He cannot make the hiring decision. He cannot do my performance evaluation. He cannot even sign if he is the paycheck signer, he cannot even sign my paycheck. Someone else has to sign the paycheck. And that's the exception. Talked about the teacher exception. Post-employment restrictions. Again, where some charter schools get in trouble. A former agency head or elected official shall not, God bless you, for a period of 2 years following the termination of his or her public service, assist another person for compensation in a transaction or in an appearance in connection with the transaction. God, they word this so great. Basically, we've had this happen with finance directors in charter schools. They'll get burnt out for being in a charter school because it's exhausting. There's a reason I've never worked in a charter school. I've supported charter schools for 18 years, never worked in a charter school. I've started charter schools, and once they are up and running, I'm like, you need to find someone to work in this charter school because I don't have that kind of energy anymore. But a lot of finance directors, when they get burnt out, they'll go off and they'll do consulting in the finance world. And where's the easiest place to start your business? With a former employer who knows you well, right? Well, you cannot enter into a contract with your former employer for at least 2 years after you've left that public employer's employment. Now, for board members, so for you guys, you cannot be employed in any capacity by young audiences for 2 years after you leave the Board of Commissions. So you cannot go work for them as a W-2 employee. You cannot contract with them for 2 years after leaving your position on the board. We actually had a school in rural Louisiana that lost their principal, and was not in an area where they could immediately find a principal. The board chair was a former principal. She got off the board and volunteered as the principal at that school for a year until they found a principal because she was not allowed to be paid, and they needed a principal. They were lucky to have.
You can file for an exception.
I think you can. The Board of Ethics has done all kind of crazy things I never thought they would do, but I don't think that's something they would bring in. I mean, they're also that they've laid down some decisions around like that. I think clearly violated the nepotism rule. But they have written opinions that have allowed a husband and a wife to be both executives at a charter school. So you can file for an exception. All they can do is say no. Exactly. I don't know Code of Ethics too. Financial disclosures. This is the tier 3. Y'all are all familiar with it. This is based on the prior calendar year. I probably told y'all this last year, but have someone, probably Richard, tracking anyone that rolled off your board this year on on June 30th, still has to file that by May 15th of next year. It's for the calendar year. That's the one. Most people are like, well, I'm not on the board right now. Why do I need to file a tier 3 disclosure? Because it was for the last calendar year. So if you were on the board at any point in 2024, you have to file by May 15th of 2025.
So I have a question on this.
Yeah.
Like we have someone who just rolled off, we want to make sure that is done. Can you do it and not, because it says I have not filed, doesn't it, at some point?
I have filed my federal, I have filed.
For the previous year.
That's
So like if you had someone who just rolled off, could they fill that out now and have it be done?
I mean, they could. I don't see why not.
Be easier to track.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we all do
Couldn't be able to get.
Because you have to because you're actually no, you can't because you're filing for the prior calendar year. So how do you, if you're filing now, how do you know what the whole calendar year
Right.
looks like?
Right, so you have to wait until
January
January
1st. Okay, you cannot use your office or position to compel or coerce anyone to provide anything of economic value or to compel or coerce anyone to participate in political activity. This one, in the last few years has been a little bit dicey. You cannot, as the head of school, say, we're going to have everyone on Friday wear a specific t-shirt or a pin or a hat that may have political implications, right? So this is kind of like the culture wars combine, like butting up against like this political coercion, because a lot of what's been happening in the last few years is viewed as political. Like literally, there are laws and things happening about it. You can't tell someone they can't, like you can't tell an individual they can't wear a pin, but you can't tell your school that on Friday we as young audiences are all going to support this cause by wearing a red t-shirt. You cannot force someone to do that.
But if you had a teacher saying, hey guys, why don't we do this, then that would be okay, or no?
No. And now with all the new laws, you can't have teachers organizing and like, just don't do it. Like Sarah's basically been going around schools and saying, especially to our New Orleans schools, we know you feel really strongly about this. All of these laws are being put in place purposely to go higher up the chain. Don't make yourself the case study. Don't make yourself part of it. Just stay out of it. And I know that's really, really hard for our New Orleans schools. Less hard for our rural schools because they're rural. But we have schools in New Orleans that really want to make their they want to make their stance known, and we're asking them to please don't make Louisiana charter schools the thing. Please. Can't stop y'all, but please don't. This covers the main provisions. So what's next? This is about to change because Landry is changing how this is done. If you ever want to go to the Board of Ethics, that's where it is. This is where I have to go every year to do my 2 hours of ethics. I had to do 4 in 1 year to get my certification, and now every year I have to do 2, and I get to get my ethics given to me by the lawyers at the Board of Ethics. So I know this is not super exciting for anybody ever, but that's super fun. So an advisory opinion, you can request, anyone can request an advisory opinion if you want. Again, like you were asking about the exception, if you want to, you can submit it in writing. Like I said, a lot of times me and Sarah will call to get clarification on something. That's not binding, but usually we know the lawyers at the Board of Ethics and we're like, we're a little shaky on this. They'll kind of clarify it for us. But if you want it to be binding, it has to be in writing. It has to be submitted prior to taking the action. So don't like go work for the school after rolling off the board and then being like, oh, Board of Ethics, was this okay? Because they're going to say no. And then they are public record. So any requests for an advisory opinion are public record. This, we're going to talk about this, is what somebody was saying a little while ago. A complaint could be filed by anyone 18 or older. It may be sworn or non-sworn, which I really do not like because that means that you can just go lie. And you can just go file a complaint. And this happens a lot of times with disgruntled employees. A teacher or an employee where the separation was unpleasant knows they can go file a complaint against a board member or the head of school. They can just lie because they're not swearing to it.
Swearing is, I testified that this is true.
Sworn, so it's a legal thing. So if you file a sworn complaint, you are saying that it is true. An unsworn complaint, you could be like,
You could be guilty of collateral.
Right.
Yeah.
If you do the sworn, right?
It must have occurred within the past 4 years. Agency heads, everyone in here listen to me because you are all agency heads. If you are aware of violations, you are required to report. It's not a maybe. If someone does file a report and in the course of the investigation, they find out that as an agency head, you were aware of the violation, they will fine you. So you are required. They may censure you, they may forfeit. You will forfeit any gifts or payments received. Your removal or suspension, up to a $10,000 fine. I've seen them levy these kinds of fines. It is a personal fine. It is not a fine that can be paid by the organization. If you have the organization pay it, then they will fine you again for violating that rule. In addition, if you are someone, so for example, it was many, many years ago, a coach in North Louisiana won the state championship, a car dealership gave him a truck. they put a magnet that had their car dealership name on it. The Board of Ethics didn't know that is not fall within the gifts exceptions. So they hit $10,000 fine and then 50% of the value of the truck, and trucks are expensive. So don't be shady. Whistleblower statute, everybody knows what whistleblower statute is. You may not retaliate, so if someone reports and it turns out that it is, whether it's a valid report or not, you may not retaliate, you may not fire them.
And are those sworn?
Whistleblowers
No,
statute,
no, are those sworn reports?
it doesn't, you cannot retaliate, period. Okay, if you ever want to go look at all your past ethics certificates, you can go here and search for them. And
Oh, actually, that brings up a question.
Yeah.
So if someone like, Judge Shansberg has done his ethics training somewhere else, do they do the cross-reference?
so it's not, so they have you put the agency on here, but that doesn't go in what we submit. So it's just the person, right? So if you go look for your certificate, it's just going to say Erica Seaman on the date. It's not going to say Young Audiences. This is more, so we've had in the past couple of years, I keep every single one of these, and I'll send a copy of it to Richard. I suggest y'all keep a copy of the sign-in sheet, because in recent years, we've had auditors come in and ask, the legislative auditor, not the regular auditor, the legislative auditor asked to see the sign-in sheets. Because it would be really easy for me to say, sure, you didn't just sit through my ethics presentation, but go ahead and sign it, you'll get your certificate. They want to see the sign-in sheet.
This is the third, I do this 3 times a year, same lecture, LSU, clinic I used to, and
See, you could have come in late. You don't need to do this 3 times a year.
so,
Yeah, I was thinking.
so when I told the,
Okay,
when I told the HR
we can do,
of my clinic,
adjust.
can I have reciprocity because I do it at LSU? Amazingly, she said, yeah.
Yes, because it's not an organizational thing. Young Audience isn't requiring you to do this. The state's requiring you to do this. You only have to do it once.
That's funny because our HR said, because I'm LSU, but I also work with OPH, Office of Public Health. So they told me I had to take it twice.
They're incorrect.
They are.
They're incorrect. It is not
I said,
an
"I
agency.
sit through the same thing."
It's not an agency
Yeah.
thing. It's a state
No, I
thing.
was,
You only get one
Yeah,
certificate.
absolutely, that makes sense.
because the bureaucrats
Yeah. They
Uh,
like,
will say.
I will
Yeah,
say,
fast forward.
whoever's in charge of this, that I know probably a lot of your teachers are doing it online, things like that. You can, as part of your audit prep or part of your end of year closing, if you don't physically have, and I know this is a lot of work, but if you don't physically have the certificate on file for any particular person, you can go look and see if they've done it. We usually tell schools to do this like around the holidays so that they can make sure that they give their list of teachers. The ethics board also, I mean, they're not that horrible. We had a school last year, their whole administrative team forgot to take their ethics training. So I called the Board of Ethics. They said, have them call me, give me the names of the people. I will send them a special link because they identified it like early in the year. It was like February that I identified like, oh crap, we didn't do it. So the Board of Ethics sent them a special link so they could open it up and get their previous year's ethics certificates. So they're not all terrible. They will work with you. But regular auditors will pull personnel files. And we had a school that just so happened that year, the personnel files they pulled, like half of them didn't have their ethics certificates and hadn't done it. So you can, as an administrator, I can go here and look for anybody. Anybody can look to see if someone's taking an ethics training. But I would assign someone or a couple people to make sure your personnel files are complete before the end of the year. You want to go to the ethics.gov website. The full statute is on that website. It is extremely, extremely, extremely long and extremely, extremely boring. But if you have insomnia, go read it. And that's it.
For the board members who weren't able to come today and who wouldn't have the opportunity to take this training through another position, can they just go on and
Ethics.la.gov.
so?
Or if they're coming to our conference, they can come see me again
Yeah.
on December 12th. That's it. Any questions before I
That's it.
turn this back over?
Go
Yeah.
to lunch.
I would love to spend Saturday with y'all.
Thank you for spending part of your Saturday with us.
Not a problem. Thanks, guys. This is what we do. Richard, did you sign the sheet?
You know, why don't you join us at the big kids table?
Yeah, make sure everyone signs the
Unfortunately, I just need to print another one for filling that one just for you.
if we need to go just on the back, that's fine. Wish everybody's tech was set up this easy.
I'll just have to share that.
That's why I got here early this morning, because the last one I went, it took like 30 minutes for me to get connected.
It's funny, the wiring is campus, it's not good. Like a lot of times I'm not able to get online and the phones don't work in a lot of places in the building. So a lot of times we have to actually find a spot in the hallway where you're
Oh, yeah.
here.
Oh, well, I learned my lesson on that. I always download my PowerPoints just to regular PowerPoint and not Google Docs, because there's been too many times where, so I learned my lesson on that. You do enough of these, you learn how to do tricks.
You're always prepared. You've done enough and then, yes.
Did y'all ever figure out what was happening at the training at Computer Discovery?
No.
Y'all, it was the weirdest thing. Everything was.
It was like the Matrix. It was freaky.
It was like window into window into window into window disappearing, and it was. They just had to wait until it was done.
It was crazy. And the tech guy was there and he was like, I've never seen this before. I don't know what's going on. We're like, all right, well, we'll just keep talking
Until it's.
see what happens. It was wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody sign a sheet?
Looks like you're, yes.
Okay. I'm scared to send it to you.
You're 10%.
When I do,
Right.
when I
10%.
Yeah.
send the certificates, I'll send a copy.
He's done this so many times. He knows what exactly.
Still want you to do.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, I think
that was good. We are just a few minutes. Actually, we're perfect because I built in extra time. So we are perfectly on schedule. I don't know if anyone wants to get some more coffee, some more pastries. For those of you who came in late, there's some pastries and some fruit. There's some coffee right over here. Thanks to Miss Brandy.
Does everyone know our new board member?
Oh, yes, we're gonna read this. So Raynard, I realized at our last meeting, we don't have name tags anymore, and we should probably technically tense.
Yeah. it's like-
How are you doing?
I'm doing.
Oh, you?
Good.
All right, y'all enjoy the rest of your
goodness.
day.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say this during the-
Unfortunately, it's just me.
But
Yeah.
we are always
So
available.
I got,
If you have
last
a
night,
character.
I wanted to go to the game. I went to Shaw.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, so I ended up picking up other kids. Well, it wasn't raining when it started. I had the rain coat, but I was soaked.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah.
I was at the.
Were you out in that rain all this?
Yes.
Oh, you poor baby.
I should have just dropped him off. I had another parent, because I picked up one kid. The parent said, well, look, just drop him off.
Yeah.
I'll pick up yeah, forgive me for not just a big category. Because every time you go anywhere, anything, you're a lot more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shark food's $10 at your own
That's
store.
ridiculous.
$15 $1.50 convenience.
That's
I'm
what
like, it costs me
That's
$6.50 to go to
I
a
believe they will suck every dollar out
It's
of
not
it.
just the cowboys.
And so we have.
I know.
And Cameron absolutely loves it. He loves in his store. happened to be in school. Gets up in the morning, doing his homework, got a couple A's, 2 A's.
Or Louisiana, right across this way.
They're
Yeah.
B's and the C's right now, which is great.
That's fabulous.
I'm having to learn algebra.
I can still remember when I was in high school and was not a math-oriented
Uh-huh.
student. My mother and my father would try to tutor me. My mother would
In this
say,
case, makes you wonder how many does or
just
not.
because you say it louder doesn't mean she understands it.
Is it the
Sometimes parents are not.
Right.
I mean, my father knew all about
Yeah.
math, but not the
Yeah.
new math.
Every generation. He's good at two. Math was never my favorite. I remember my
But you
my
have a lot
counselor
of
saying,
siblings.
"How do you do 31 grades?"
That math, hey, you guys share this.
Everybody have
You take geometry. You take trigonometry. I said, "Look, I can memorize." I
I like geometry,
did
but
not
I
like
did not
math.
like algebra.
Oh, I was.
did not like math. I did not
You
like
need to
math.
get it to, not ask.
No way. Geometry was my killer.
I know. But I know.
Algebra.
Yeah.
You know,
All those theorems and
I will say
geometry, physics, a lot of math too.
one thing for us is that their communication with parents
Exactly. That's
amazing.
what I said.
Every day you get a newsletter in your inbox. But basically what they're telling the kids, and a lot of it's repeat stuff.
Yeah.
You know, this is
It's a communication.
every single day.
Which school?
There are classes.
That's so-
Chalk.
So, no, it's a great.
Yeah,
Are
chalk.
they?
They don't do that at,
This is.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to do it at a kind of
Yeah.
non-private school.
I imagine they've got someone dedicated to communications, like,
But if they had, yeah. The teacher would put up, I mean, they put it in the Google Classroom, but parents don't have access to that. So like every Friday, I get something on what Sydney should have turned in that week. Or, and then I'll ask her about it. She goes, yeah, I did that. I said, so why am I getting this notification? So I think they just send it out to everybody, whether they did it or not. I said, what does that help?
I mean, the attendance nightmare that we're never able to solve. Kid comes in late and they, the teacher doesn't sign their markers. Don't say, my child there.
Right.
And on everything. System, we don't control that, Jake.
Yeah, Jake handles it.
We did meet with,
That's my
district.
So,
Yeah, they didn't say no, but they didn't say yes. They said,
Oh,
oh, we're gonna have to take that to some higher up.
yeah, and you can't compare a private school to a public school.
Right.
But discipline is like, I mean, you're late to school, it's a detention. And in detention, whatever Tuesday, Cameron already got one,
Uh-huh.
they have to write. Like in old school, like when you were in trouble, you had,
Yeah.
they had, yes, they had.
Oh my God.
And so it's like, Cameron's like, I never want to be in detention again.
No, that would definitely.
Yeah. And the phone calls here, she's setting up with, Shooting Stars. She has something there. It's helping tribute.
That's the issue.
So good.
Sweet, actually.
I know, this is gonna go waste. Well, not to waste.
How's Taffy doing? I want to talk to her, but she comments on my Facebook page, and I said, oh, I need to talk to her.
Yeah.
How's Brody?
Doing well. Good.
Who is their Eagles shipyard is?
Passed last
Actually,
year.
remind you.
Her cousin just died.
It's
And it was like the last kind of like, she was really upset about that. She died on Monday. And then she had quit her job on Wednesday, not quit, she given notice. She's going to work for a different home hospice company. So it is going to be West Bank.
Oh, that's a change of pace. Yeah, that changes
Yeah, that's about right.
One city does it a little crazy. Black young lady.
I feel terrible. So I'm always like, hey, outlets, most lights, like.
It's a shame they can't figure out how to make it.
I mean, it's literally.
You work it and you get the recommendations, right?
That's right.
Drift towards the chatty kids. She doesn't talk that much.
Middle school.
Now, your new friends are always chatty.
High school.
Because parents, oh,
Where we weren't strict about school, we take physical every day before school. One day you got to church. You just take it. And that's the day you got.
And that's the day you got it.
So, because Tuesdays and Thursdays,
It's also scary.
6:30 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
And then I'm like, don't take the pill before work. Take the pill before. Take it at 6:15 in the morning versus 7:15. If you wake up at 6,
Yeah. Life is gonna be that.
Some games moved into the gym because of the rain.
But ours,
And even with the Shaw, very
Yeah.
right.
I can see. Because you have to not
Jobs.
and every, we did. What's the best fit for your job? That's what you have to do.
Right?
Win is a win.
Every day at 4:30.
Your goal is to get more.
The Shaw meeting.
Family, yeah.
This is.
That was it. Figuring it's not program
The
this summer.
teachers are finishing in May.
Called educational outreach.
I haven't seen either of them. Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't.
All kids get
Yeah.
hired. And it's supposed to be for first generation, but they have.
Yeah, I came to the meeting. I have seen. Oh, that's right. I've owned it.
Yes, exactly.
All purpose.
It's all of that.
You know, and that structure.
And if you can come to the kids there, feel the campus, happy to do that.
That I.
Yes. I went to two, but I get days at different.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
College oriented stuff, but they also do like.
No, there's
Division out of Latvia.
and I realize we have things right here as well.
Friend is,
Yes, we need to, let's let Mr. Williams get that going, but then for next year, we have it
So
right here.
starting Monday.
This is what they can do.
Yeah. So they, I'll get Cameron from school, run back to elementary school, pick him up, take him down to Canal Street. And, from 12:30 to 7 every Monday.
Where is it?
It's at the, right next to the hotel.
Oh, so the, where the school public health.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, oh my gosh, they have access. Zoe. Wait, like,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
where I
like,
went to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's gonna be every Monday night.
Okay.
Except for like the holidays through April, I think it is. And they're doing the whole thing. And 25 kids or so. They're doing
Here?
it's like a Shark Tank. You've got to go up with the guy. And then they have mentors. So they're gonna help them create a business plan.
I need to know when this is.
Then ultimately, in the spring, they actually have pitch to investors.
It's pretty,
One of them is Jack.
connected.
So I
They
said,
have lots of
Oh my God, right, that's amazing. So, while Bill's working with that, and then one of our teachers get, research social. And if you talk to Rick back, may not love us, but that's what she's doing about or something. Well, it's like,
House is up. So I don't know what happened.
Then you
Maybe
got-
we did.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so smart. It's so smart.
And it's like I, tell the kids, it's like, well, they don't even know what they don't know. So it's and then something clicks on.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, Mississippi.
I'm sorry.
So it's you.
Did you get to meet his wife? Was she there?
She wasn't there.
Oh, she wasn't there.
She was not here.
Okay.
She wasn't there. She was there. Yeah.
Was it last night?
I guess just tell me. I'll send it to us.
Right.
Okay. It wasn't a limousine. It was a big car around with people getting out of it. I think this really was so maybe she was probably
Right.
So what do you, and then you come along and your meetings.
What's the hard activity?
Well,
Calisthenics?
well, we can start with some
Hard.
neck rolls if you would like. I'm not the best at, we can do some back spasms.
Pastry roll.
Pastry roll.
The pastry roll, yeah. Well,
Massage?
I tell you, there are two beautiful massage chairs downstairs.
Yeah.
And we have them also at the Burmaster campus. So really, y'all should, when you are volunteering, spend 5 to 10 minutes in the chairs, because they'll work you. I tried it once. I was like, huh?
When our budget was a little better, and one teacher a few years ago said, it would be great if we had a massage chair, during our break period, and relax a little in kind of a very sparse looking staff room, and we were able to get them for this campus and for Burmaster. We have 2 at Burmaster and 2.
We have quiet.
Are they just
How dare you?
The faculty.
They probably need it.
You kindly invited me to do a start from the heart, so it's a 2-parter. If you don't mind, I'll start with one of my favorite poems about education. It's called Even Odd, and it's by Everett Maddox, who is a celebrity of the Maple Leaf in points northward. But it's called Even Odd, and the description, the italicized description is for my poetry students at McMain Spectrum Junior High School, New Orleans, October of 1980. There go the days, like a stick on a fence, even odd, into winter. When were you born? I was born in October. Is your birthday a banner in the summer sky? Where do you fall? Are you the odd one in line? If you told the kid that, he'd laugh. But that's the language doing it. That's the language making you laugh. Put a hand over your shirt pocket. Can you feel that? That's your heart doing that. That's your heart laughing at the language. The language wants to love you. Let it. Everett Maddox is a semi-famous poet who was educated in Tuscaloosa and then spent time here. if you go to the Maple Leaf, the people that knew him before he died in '89, he's buried in the back. But a lot of people know about him locally, and it preserved his work.
Buried in the back.
I think it's his ashes, because they don't have the headstone yet. They don't have the headstone yet. But he
Where
was,
do you want your ashes sprinkled? At the Maple Leaf?
and some people say he's a genius. Others say he still owes them a drink. But his poetry's magical in my opinion. So anyway, so I'm not a professional teaching artist. I have been a part-time professional artist. So when invited to do this, I'm borrowing from a program that I observed. Now it's probably 10 years ago. But Carrie Gibson is still an after-school instructor at Cape Middleton and does recording techniques. And he developed, I'm borrowing from ideas that he also developed with Michael Patrick Welch. What they would do is they did what they called it a music program. Sorry, they said it's a writing program designed as a music program. And so they would bring synthesizers, drum machines, any instruments were invited in if kids knew how to play them. Obviously, there'd be some percussion. But what the point of it was to write songs and then perform them, record them, and perform them together. And so what they would do is, one of the rules was you can't use the microphone until you have your verse and your chorus. So anyway, so what I'm hoping this is a 15-minute exercise or less or longer as y'all direct. But what I thought we might do today is work on a song. And I'm not going to ask anyone to sing, and I'm not going to ask anyone to read what they wrote. But if we go through the exercise, and of course you're welcome to, but the goal of the exercise, at least for this moment, is to brainstorm ideas for your song. And so one of the things, brainstorm. So this is sort of the first part. And so my dad, growing up, I've had a conflict between my interest in music and my interest to be a well-rounded student. I did not choose NOCA to go for music based on advice from my dad. He said, well, you can learn music anywhere, but you need to be a well-rounded student. You need to have stuff. So he pushed for not music. And he also, can you write a song that's not about love? And so there was a time in his life when he was critical about how I approached music. And then he surprised me later in life. He's like, well, love's basically everything. That's the core of every drama, is the love song. And then he said, and the song is really kind of like an essay. And so anyway, so what I would do, if y'all were music students, I would say, look, we're gonna write an essay today, but we're gonna make it a song. And so we would hope that an interest in music would help help those students that maybe don't like this idea of having an essay to write, might be interested in writing a song. So anyway, so we're going to go through an exercise, and as a group, we have the sort of joyful work coming ahead where we're going to be thinking about names in particular for Burmaster. This is something that is very fun to think about. And then of course, I know that like Willow that went through this process, I ended up being part of a committee that was never convened to help name it. And of course, I had written my essay about why I thought it should be a certain person, and I know that one person read it, but I'm also very happy with the name Willow. But I'd be open to renaming it again if that would be.
So they went with the street.
I was gonna say, isn't
Right,
it?
I
Well, it's interesting. I had a long talk with Miss London about that issue a few days ago, and they tried a lot of. She said Willow was suggested first as the original site, and she didn't like it, So they went through a series of trying to find a name to, an honor, to honor somebody. And they couldn't arrive at a decision. So finally, they went back to the willow. She researched willow trees, and she was able to incorporate, I guess, the growth of trees in addition to the street. So it ended up being compromised, but they have named certain things on the campus, like the theater and all of that. The campuses have names for people who are on. So that's how they ended up. And honestly, after having spoken with her, I think the process of finding a name is going to be a lot more challenging than our committee might be aware of.
For the purposes of this exercise, what we're going to do is, in Louisiana, state law prohibits you from naming a public building after someone alive. But for this exercise, we're going to allow us to think about anyone living or dead. And so what I would like you to do is draw 3 lines at the top of this paper I just sent out. And so for the next 30 seconds to a minute, I would ask you to imagine 3 people you think worthy of having a building named after them, living or dead. The main thing for this exercise is to think about people you'd be excited to go into their building. It could be Louis Armstrong, it could be Pavarotti, it could be Maritza, who's performing in New York in October. They are supposed to be.
No. I don't know, but I love Richard. Someone Richard's excited about. It's great. That's what Sparky said.
It can be imaginary too. I'll give you 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Oh, I
It could be Abraham Lincoln. It could be anybody you know about.
So I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I have a hard time with names.
Okay, Jessica.
Exactly.
Okay.
I never get upset when someone calls me about the wrong thing. Never. Like, okay, that's karma.
All right. So if we're ready to move on, what I would do is now ask you to pick the person who you know the most about, because we're going to brainstorm ideas for the song now. So if you take, or either the one you love the most, or whichever one you have the most to say about, let's put their name in the middle of this page now. Because what the next task is, we're going to brainstorm ideas. We're going to brainstorm basically what reasons to name a building after them. And we could take the building out of it if you want, just reasons to be passionate, reasons why you love this person, reasons why you revere this person.
I'm supposed to write why.
So yeah, what we're gonna do, it could kind of look like this. You're gonna put the name in the center and then just start grouping. It's a brainstorming. We're gonna bubble all around the name with reasons why, what's great about this person, reasons why you would nominate this person to have a building named after them. And again, you're not gonna have to defend any of these reasons. It's just, now if you wanted to, if you're engaged in renaming of Lusher or Ben Franklin, then you might have to list why you think it should be a different name, which I did.
That's your essay.
No, I have another one. It's on file with the ethics board. So I'll give you 30 more seconds. Mainly this is for the exercise. All right. So so the next step would be, so now this is where I send you a song template. And so the thing about a song is they don't have to have any structure. You know, they often do, because we're used to hearing songs that had structure 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, and so they end up having somewhat of a regular structure. But this is a very common structure for a pop song, and typically you have 3 verses and a chorus, and then there's often a bridge. And some songs don't have bridges. Some songs just alternate between verse and chorus. But anyway, so all that to say, we would work with this structure for the purpose of the exercise, for the purpose of turning this eventually into an essay. And so what I would ask you to do now, and I would ask the students now, is to group the informational, sort of the data pieces in the items you brainstormed into verses. So, first verse could be what or where. What are the conditions where this person came from?
Say that again.
So it doesn't have to be, you would group different information that you brainstorm, basically. So anything that's like information, you would group into the verses. So these are like, you're in an essay, I think the first essay I learned about, you have an introduction, 3 paragraphs of support, and a conclusion. And so what we're trying to do now is identify essentially the introduction and sort of your first statement about why you're writing. But we're basically grouping the ideas into verses. What we really want to get to today, and I think my main assignment for the board today, if you could get to one true sentence about your person that we could make into the chorus. So, but you work with your brainstorm ideas to organize the content of the verses. So if you want.
Do you want us to do all 3 or choose
No,
one?
we can focus on one verse. The main thing I want, if I could wave a magic wand, this is the first time I've conducted this. You may be surprised to hear, but my goal was that you come away with one true sentence about the person you're thinking of that could be adapted into a chorus, into a refrain. And so we could skip to that, but if we were to go through it with kids, I would ask them to put like one way of doing it would be what, where. So if I was doing Louis Armstrong, he came from New Orleans. He was a beloved neighborhood child. He was also had the experience of being in the Milne Boys Home as an orphan. And Wynton Marsalis says Louis Armstrong is our America's most everyman because he was a pauper and he was a king. He was internationally celebrated and welcomed. He was also oppressed and discriminated against in the South, in New Orleans. And so
Wasn't
He wasn't.
Yeah.
not
Wasn't
adopted, but
they were part of the neighborhood that supported him. And his mother dearly loved him, and he dearly loved his mother, but she had trouble providing for him, based on what I remember from his autobiography.
that makes me think of like the sense of community of this people.
That's right.
I heard a story that I want to share on that point. Charlie Gabriel, who's
Yes,
at Preservation Hall. He's, how old is he now? 90-something, 92.
he's around 90, yeah.
So he was a jazz musician during this same time period, and he would travel on the road. And apparently, this is a story from his current wife. I'm friends with their neighbor. That's where this all comes from. But they made up an ethnicity for him.
Really?
So he could go to all the places with everyone else. They pretended that he was from somewhere else. So I can't remember what it was, but they said that he was, Kikukian. And so he was accepted as Kikukian, and they would speak in Kikukian. So kind of scat over what they were, like, do you want to eat this? This is what this is. And someone would translate for him. I mean, it just sounds hysterical how to deal with that.
Things
Yeah.
people did to get around
Yep.
the
Yeah.
problem South.
Yeah, exactly. So how to make it work, how to show him respect and have fun in the situation and keep him as part of the musical family. Yeah. It's impressive.
Well, I don't know if you've had enough of this.
Yeah.
We could go further, but the basic rules of architecture are warm, dry, and noble. I pushed my dad to give me rules for writing, and he said, clear, concise, compelling. And so anyway, we would work with students to get these verses together. So like one map would be the what, where in the first verse, who, Louis Armstrong grew out of New Orleans and took over the world. The bridge can be, the bridge in a song is literally the musical bridge between the verse and the chorus. So that can often be a struggle, a caveat, something that doesn't stand with the rest. Like I said, the chorus would be your main idea, your conclusion. And then verse 3, you're trying to escalate the excitement back to the chorus. But anyway, thank you for going through this exercise. If we have does anyone want to read a true sentence about their person? Okay, very good. That'll be the next meeting. That'll be homework for the committee meeting. We start taking nominations, and whoever writes the best song will get to name the building.
I didn't mean to speak for others. Charles, if you want to share.
I mean, you just one sentence.
If you that's what I was. Michael Patrick Welch also suggested that if you're going to teach a lesson, it's best to tell all the points of the lesson first. But I was afraid that you would start thinking about the refrain before I gave you the.
I was thinking about leaving.
I'm sorry.
Do you have something profound you want to share?
Tell them what you said.
Right. Well, it's interesting. So teaching writing to third and fourth graders is very clear. The what, where, the who, the struggle, the caveat, and then how this is what you're doing, but I feel like one of those. Wait, what? I'm supposed, what do you mean, what? Who?
Again, this,
What, where?
Louis
do this-
Armstrong is actually a very good example.
Yeah.
it's relevant to so much the world, and he changed the world. And he was a supreme, almost untouchable musician to play the high notes way up there where no one else could reach him. So, anyway,
Okay, I'll share mine just to do, and I know I had a hard time coming up with someone, but I came up with one of my family heroes that, who actually had a building named after her. And as I was writing this, I was like, oh, come on, Eric, I have an original thought. But our family hero was Julia Tutwiler, who was the dorm at LSU, the girls' freshman dorm. It's Tutwiler dorm. But she fought for women's rights. She formed a teachers' college in Alabama. She had people in the basement to help pay for it. She would go to small towns and identify young women as but you could be a teacher. Come with me. Convince their families to let them leave. Once she had women admitted into the University of Alabama, she went on to do women's prison conditions. And so I was, why didn't do that? So the sentence I came up with was, in a time when women were looked over, she saw.
Oh.
So,
she saw.
I see you.
If anybody would like the poem Even Odd, I've copied it. There's another one about being an artist that's has one less appropriate word for an education setting. And then on the back, I started to map Stevie Wonder's Happy Birthday, because in my lifetime, my first experience with the idea of having a Martin Luther King Day was when Miss Blackman Welch played this song in first grade. And in my lifetime, it became a holiday. And so this was a tribute to Martin Luther King. Happy birthday to you. And it's an example that you would like it. I'll leave the stack here.
yeah. I love how that brought us to our mission.
Right.
And how we are trying to teach these children to learn basic skills like writing essays and through the arts. So that was a great activity. So our next on the agenda is the goals for teaching these children this coming year, led by Arthur.
Well, I kind of have a three-part, but let me just start with good news because I was telling a few people about it. Well, last night we won our first football, and we won it in the rain, and we won it by 1 point. But
That's the best kind of
what
win.
was amazing about it was the band, the flag, the twirlers, the majorettes, the dance
In
team,
the
the
rain.
cheerleaders. Well, the cheerleaders didn't really want to go out to the ring, or the dancers. They waited because, hair and all of that, eyelashes. Our girls are extra, but the band went out in their ponchos, and everybody did hit the field. It was a real community band, so I was proud of them. But what makes me prouder, and I definitely wanted to share this with you, the high school football coach, Dennis Christopher, came up to me yesterday and said, quite a fairly large number of, and you already know the story of our football team went out to Chili's for dinner. And it was a bonding experience for them. They're trying to build a team. We're a new high school, 2 graduating classes, we soon have 3 at the end of this year. But they went out to Chili's and they conducted themselves extremely well. Before they could dinner, they prayed. And a lady from Georgia observed them and was so impressed with the manners and, how these young men conducted themselves. She said she wants to treat the school to a film course, and she may be willing to give some support. So I'm proud of them for winning, but I'm more proud. Very few people end up being professional athletes, but what the sport and our arts are teaching our kids is how to define people, and I really think. So many of our kids are so wonderful and such caring and kind people, and that's something that I want to celebrate even more. which makes me extremely happy. And the other good news is when we are getting a lot of publicity, they played East St. John, West St. John. Well, and they were a pretty big team. I mean, they looked, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, our players aren't too big.
Yeah, they won the last, they stopped them on the 2-point conversion, so that's nice.
Oh, was that?
Yeah.
Well, I bet.
Thank you, Susan.
Anyhow, it was, you know, it was a great experience. We're getting some really good publicity in this coming week. On September 11th, Wild Bill, who's with WGNO, is going to do a feature here in Crocker on our design program. Lana Watson, who's one of our really talented teachers, has kids sewing. They've made clothes that they've designed. They've had fashion shows. They've designed T-shirts, sweatshirts.
If I can interrupt you 1 second, the rim is locked, I believe, I didn't check the door, but you can see through, around the poster on the door. That's their classroom, and all the sewing machines are in there. When I came by a couple weeks ago, she had all the samples out on the table of how they're practicing their stitches.
Wow.
Learning about the machines, learning about the tension, learning what they can do with it.
And there was also a piece on Instagram showing
Yes.
kids, and I thought it was really well done. I don't know who took it, but that's a really, really great program. So he's going to film that, and then Eddie Vallada will be also filmed doing his ballet program, which is a growth program here at the school. So that is on the 11th. On the 13th, Wild Bill, WGNO, will be at Burmaster. This is another story that kind of made me tear up when I heard it. And apparently, 2 of our football players, including one of them is a quarterback, so one of the kids brings his grandmother's sewing machine to school, and it started because some of the kids' uniforms were
Oh, I
ripped.
was just about to say that because
Yeah.
one of my friends, he did her son's pants.
So they did repairs.
They
Yeah.
were, they were so, yeah, all the boys were like skinny, you know? Yeah, so.
Anyhow, these boys are doing repairs, but you know, in some cases, you know, hey, you know, your clothes are torn, you don't want to have to go out and buy another one. And he brings the sewing machine every day, so they're going to film the football team and then interview these football players who also sew. And I thought that's lovely because it's another.
We had
I am
coverage the first day of school.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
That was really
Yes.
good.
I am sure if we put out a public call, I don't know if it would be in that or just an Instagram post about that, we can get a machine to him.
Absolutely,
Oh, yeah.
right.
So he does not have to carry his grandmother's machine every day.
I think he's just
And
used
his
to it. He's
Yeah.
got his machine, and I mean, I think he's adorable. I met him, and well, one I know, one is Miss Jackie Scott, who's worked for us for a lot of years. Her son's a quarterback. I had no idea he did it, but you know, these 2 young men, and there's a young lady who assists them. She brings the thread, and I guess she has some, you know, the colors and stuff like that. But anyhow, it's a great story. And then on the 10th, we nominated, there were a couple of nominations made September 10th for Golden Apple Award. And one of the people who I suggested to Heather Harper, who's our communications person, was selected. And the teacher is Ms. Hamid Azabaj. She teaches French and Arabic. And she's really been doing a great job with her kids. She's in the high school. They really are enjoying the class. She's a wonderful person. And I'm very, very happy for her. So
Who's giving that?
that is from a different station. Maybe it's WGNO. I have to look. I can't
So
remember.
that's a teacher of the year.
Yeah, they give a number of Golden Apple, and you know, there were some names that were you know, put forward, and they liked her story and chose her. I don't even think she knows yet, but that's
Who's been
great
doing
story.
this outreach to the media?
Well, that's been me since our communication person.
Wow.
So,
You're
but
hired.
I know.
so
We can't hire you for 2 years.
But we can add additional responsibilities too.
So Heather Harper has been really very, very helpful to us, and we've had a relationship with her for many years.
People who don't know Heather, she works with young audiences and with the school on communications. Yeah.
And she's also employed by the collaborative, New Orleans Collaborative, of which we're also a member. So really quickly, I'm going to just kind of give you a little bit of our history. Most of you know it. A little bit of where we are today, and of course where we want to be in the next 5 years. And this should take more than 10 minutes. So our history, and I'm glad Richard's here, because of course it goes back to 2011 when Richard and I became very aware that a lot of the schools were shortchanging kids. I don't know a nicer way to say it, but it was very much in that period of drill and kill, and certain children could only learn, that way, drill and kill, repetition, and we definitely thought there was a better way. Children deserve more. Something I had heard at one of the conferences I attended years ago is that children need joy in their life. We were talking about joy even before Ms. Harris, Vice President. Okay, nothing political, but joy is very important in children's lives, and we wanted to make sure that there were schools that offered these opportunities for kids to have a full education. Not only kind of that memorization and rote, but being able to bring through problems, problem solve, analyze, and of course the arts, which are very important to learning and address multiple learning styles. So we came up, with an idea for a school. We were lucky that we got the Young Audience Board support. Thinking back, I still don't even know how it happened. Mary, you were one of the board members, and you had probably influenced some. And I remember it wasn't totally unanimous, but eventually it did become unanimous, and we were able to apply for a charter, and we were accepted the first year, but we were accepted the second year. So then the hard part begins. So starting the school, staffing it, and of course, to me, the biggest thing is staying true to your mission. And I do believe that we've done it. So where are we today? So we started, of course, with grades K to 3, with about 300 kids at the K Middleton campus, which is small. And a lot of these kids stayed with us. As a matter of fact, the first class now, the first class to graduate started with this little second grade. And I remember there was this little group of boys, Bristol and Aaron Davis. Do you know any of those kids? So I look at them and I still see these little second graders. And now, of course, they're wonderful young men. So the school opened with that small number. Today, we're very close to 2,200 students with about 250 staff members. And a full program. We will be having our third graduating classes here. Many of our graduates have gone on to college. We have a few who have passed the program to be firefighters. We've gone into the military. But overall, our kids have done really, really well. Now we're looking to form an alumni association so that we can bring back these kids. Many of them showed up for the last graduation. The first graduation class came back for the second graduation class. Now we want to kind of bring them together, and because that will help add spirituals. So in the future, that's where we are today. Let me talk about where we want to go in the future, and then I am going to try to decide if I should talk about threats now or the future. Okay, what's on the horizon that we have to look at and be concerned? Number one is the increase in transportation costs. Buses are becoming a huge, huge issue, and we are faced, pretty much on a daily basis with this issue. We look to finding transportation companies that provide the safest transportation to communicate with us, but their insurance costs are going up, and we want pass it on to us, which is extremely difficult because money in this state is the second big problem. We are the third lowest in the nation in MNP funds. What we pay teachers is so much less than anywhere else. Atlanta, the starting salary is $75,000 for a starting teacher. Here it's $52 in Jefferson Parish. Plus they give up it's a $7,500 signing bonus for teachers. Now you might, which I thought was, well, the cost of living is higher, but apparently it's not. According to the schools for New Orleans, the cost of living is actually higher. So to be able to attract people into the profession and to keep them is going to become more and more challenging. And to me, it's the people in the classroom who have the greatest impact. It is these people who see the kids every day, who are their mentors, who are hopefully bringing out all this kind of knowledge that the kids had, and it's really something that we really do need, I guess, as a state to lobby for higher salary for teachers, because you have under $60,000 according to the schools for New Orleans, and you're a family maybe of 5, you can't make it. You cannot make it on that salary. And so it's very difficult when we're signing teachers on, and I know, okay, this is our budget, we get approximately $10,000 per kid. So you look at the budget and you know that it's not an adequate salary for teachers, but yet we're faced with that. Insurance.
You're so right on that, because I do a lot of affordable housing projects. And in the neighborhoods, they'll be, it's not in my backyard, so like, these are your teachers, your firemen, your police officers.
Your nurses.
Yeah, it is, the need is so great. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's ridiculous what our teachers are doing.
Yeah, so that, to me, that's probably the biggest problem. Insurance costs, of course, are also going up, and we're always in fear that there's going to be another storm, and that's something else. Richard, does the heavy lifting on that one. I think you have our insurance people on speed dial, pretty sure. So that's another threat. And what we've also seen that is a new concern is there's been an increase in kids needing special assistance. The SPED population, not only at our school, but really throughout the country, is increasing. And I'm talking about all types of special challenges that kids have, from emotional to children on the spectrum, and children who have these special needs and have IEPs that do require special attention are also, number one, more expensive to educate, but also more complex. I was at Little YACS the other day, and 3 children from LA4 were added to the roster, all with very, very high needs. So kind of finding ways to integrate children with these needs, integrate the classroom while still serving the needs of your other children, many of them are very high achieving, is going to be a challenge as we move forward. So
I'm giving a talk on autism. When I started 40 years ago, it was 1 in 25,000. In 2000, it was much less, and now it's 1 in 38, and I just heard 1 in 36. So that means every large classroom has somebody on the spectrum.
Wow.
This is the diagnostic dilemma, and maybe genetics, maybe stress, and they really don't know, but it's really gone from quadruple to 1,000 times more than it was 40 years ago. So.
Well, we're lucky to have a mental health professional on our board, because honestly, I wasn't aware that the numbers were that high. But do you think it's because doctors are able to diagnose autism?
It really is so complex. that it's hard to say. You have to say the diagnosis. I literally don't understand what happened, but the people who are driving the diagnosis are researchers. And researchers want to have the smallest, best thing possible. So they are in a different, they think differently, they have different aims than the average person or average teacher dealing with them. So, but if they can be diagnosed, then they're diagnosable for, they have those special needs.
Well, earlier diagnosis, the earlier it is, the more positive the outcome is. And we have had successes, but what we're seeing is more profound disabilities. And really in Crawford campus, they've got 2 classrooms, each with 3 kids, with kids with profound needs. So those are things that we have to look for. But now, where do I see us in 3 to 5 years? Well, financial stability is very important. So the team, the finance team, Richard, Mike Dunn, Brandy, me, we're working to make sure that in the future, what does our budget look like without these additional ESSER funds that we did learn to rely on so much. So fundraising is going to be really important so that we can continue to provide our kids with these extras that I talked about. Pipeline of leadership. I feel very confident here that on our network team, we have people who are ready to lead in academics, people who are ready to lead and are leading in administration. So we're very well covered here. This is interestingly, it's much easier to find high quality leaders than teachers, but I think it's because of the salary. You're offering a living wage for people who are in leadership roles rather than classroom teachers who their only way that they can increase their salary is to go into leadership roles. So we have a very solid network team, and I see the majority of them are committed to the school, and the majority of them will continue. So I think we're going to have a solid team going forward in the future. We're working on expansion of the facility because we know that the middle school would perform better, particularly our 6th graders in a separate building. Even though our high school kids are great, they don't bother the little kids, but we do believe that educationally and socially it would be better for our 6th and 7th graders to be in their own building. So we're working, facilities committee is working again to renovate the building that we were renting out to Tricia Scott's creative something.
Film Connections.
Creative
Film Connections.
So now she's vacated.
Okay,
She has vacated. Yes, yeah. And now we can see what it looks like. So
well, and we were obligated, for anyone who doesn't know, we were obligated under our bond covenant to stop renting out that building.
With 5 years, within 5 years.
yeah, so we were going to have to do it anyhow. So the plan is, to move the 6th grade, and then we have more space in the current building to add another 100 kids, which hopefully would pay for the expansion. We're applying for a charter expansion grant that's offered through federal grant, but managed through the state. We can apply for up to $2 million. So it's not for capital, but it's for everything else, including wiring, computers for the kids, curriculum, and staff. So we're working on that. We will be submitting one for the Jefferson Parish School and the Oregon. So it's 2 separate ones, a maximum of $200. So per grant. We have a full-time grant. No, we don't. We have a part-time that we share with Yala, and she has written a lot of federal grants with support. So we are kind of dividing it up and looking at it. Brianna Marcel will be looking at the academics. Richard will be supporting on budget. I'll be supporting on history, governance, and all of that. So I think we're gonna have a strong brand because even though she doesn't work for us full time, she has written grants before.
Jeff Bezos' ex-wife was giving a lot of money to this.
Wait,
We
who?
know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, so I
And
know,
what
I
is
gave
that,
three.
right?
I
But
said,
but she's doing it without asking. So there's no reaching out. She's just someone reaching out for
Well,
her.
she's got two avenues that she does it for. So I know that, the first one got theirs passed away, but,
Inspired.
yeah,
A lot of money.
right, they have,
So I don't know how.
but they
Boy,
also
did
have,
it.
yeah, but they also have an active pathway as well that you can submit to. So she has two pathways to do
So what,
it. St. Mary's also got one, the YES grant. They're finalists for that. And you being finalists, they get $200,000.
nice. What we need to, and this may be a form of committee discussion, but we need to find someone who can seek out those opportunities more than what we currently have.
Yeah.
We haven't been fulfilling that capacity.
I've spoken to her about it, to our part-time development person. She's told me that they don't take
Unsolicited.
unsolicited, yes, yeah. But they do, so we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
She's got both pathways.
We'll follow up, certainly she is.
And I also think we have an opportunity next month with kids going to New York to kind of use that as a hook to get publicity, to talk about our school and like Richard said, create a narrative, arc.
Yeah, no,
That'll make it easier to get attention.
I coveted that money. When I looked and I saw all the school CMOs who received money, it's really inspired all of them to do what they
and
So
Mrs. Gates,
maybe it'll be our year.
Mrs. Gates now has $12 billion that she's gonna be funneling out, and I sent that article to Jen.
Well, we're gonna discuss this at the finance meeting, it's rescheduled for this week.
And it'll be part of the fundraising.
Well, that's the same. Right. Finance and fundraising.
Right.
We need to look at it for that reason.
And the next, of course, academic improvement. We're now really excited to say that our middle school has a C on their own a lot. That's kind of unusual. Most middle schools are struggling, but they had a really good year. They showed most improvement, Burmester Middle School, of any of our schools. So that's really gives me a lot of reason to feel very optimistic. We're solid C right
I think they
now.
have the most staff struggles
Oh, they have
as well, so
yes.
that's doubly impressive.
They had terrible staff struggles. I hope it'll be better this year. But now a C isn't where we want them. We can't be a C. We're now in it.
Look where we're coming from. Building.
We're moving up, but now we have to be in pursuit of B, and our academic leaders, Mrs. Marcel and Carla Russo. Carla Russo is past principal of King's Academy. So, the two of them are really working on doing everything we can to improve this. And so academic.
What is Carla's role? She's on the network team.
She's the executive director of teaching and learning. So she's just slightly under.
Our academic officer.
She's been doing a great job. And Brianna was on the department, was great. And also very helpful. High school, which will have a B this year. So that's good news as well. The other thing that we can expect to see in 5 years is that we are going to stay true to our mission. We have seen positive effects that the arts integration and the arts program has on our kids, on the way they act, the way they perform academically, the way they carry themselves, and we are going to stay true to that mission of arts integration, even as it becomes harder to fund these programs because currently, there's not a lot in the state that isn't encouraging this type of program. So we know there's a place for what we do. We know that it cannot supersede academic growth. That has to be our first priority. But we do see the arts as a way as to helping our kids improve academically and also lead them in the direction of success in lifelong learning. That's where we are. You know, I feel we're in a solid position in the Jefferson Parish. Proper, this will be a longer discussion. We need to increase the numbers here. We're about 475 this year. We need more people in this building to make it financially viable. So that's a longer conversation. But I think they've done an amazing job here. You walk in this building, you see the cultural change in such a brief time. It is amazing, and you see the community who are now coming in, talking to parents and members of the community to support the school. It is an absolutely different place than it was when we took over the school.
Where did it start? Number did it start?
I can't
370? Where did we start? Proper, what was the first year?
About 370,
Yeah.
374.
And we're now at,
We're at 475. And by the way, this enrollment is harder to control. We work for every student in Jefferson Parish, but here it's a different system that we don't kind of totally understand. But in terms of enrollment, we met our goals. We did meet our goals in all the campuses, but we still need more students. So hopefully the more publicity we get and really word of mouth and having parents basically.
Was the Nolan PS website they're working on. We're buried back in the neighborhood. So it's hard for people to say, oh wait, what's that school? Right? So how do we get our name out there? So parents have to come to an open house, to know that we exist, to come to an open house so you can see what we're doing. And we have publicity on the news stations and the band marching. How else?
We'll be doing that again.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's tough. And there is a lot of word of mouth, it seems. It's a lot of the students who come in, like our English as a second language, or as a English language learners, population has grown to almost 50%. So that is a community-related growth, but most likely. When they walk in and you're like, oh, is that your brother? No, that's my cousin.
Right.
It's,
And that's another trend. Thank you for bringing that up. There is an increase in Jefferson Parish and in Orleans in the number of Latino Hispanic kids.
Do we have a soccer team?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
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 We have soccer.
Yes. Yes. We do.
So we heard that one app or their app doesn't
Yeah.
have charter schools.
No, it does.
Yeah.
Because
It
it's
does.
all charter.
But it's a
So
little
we're on
more
there, but
opaque.
they have to know to put us as one of their top 30.
And so what happens is parents in the know will try to get their kid into selected admissions. They'll want, they want their kid in an A or B school.
Willow,
You know,
Hines,
Audubon.
Audubon, yeah.
So we're not top on the list. So what happens is a lot of parents maybe, they don't have the time to think about what school their children are going to go to. We're not going to be the first really, which is a problem. And the way they do it, I do believe
So we need to push the arts here
yeah,
because that's where we stand out,
right.
and the community. Because it is a nice little campus, it really is. So it's a huge campus, but it's a good size. And you know that because the teachers stick around and, it's a,
But I'm wondering
has
if
the
there are
ability
any
to be.
Hispanic community groups that.
well, yeah, we do advertise on Spanish radio, but I do want to say another, and we don't want to get into this too long, but one of the problems we face in Pronger is single site schools.
Right.
It's very, very hard to survive, very few. Right now you're looking, you've got the kind of the mega families. The more kids you have, the
what is the word? Your money goes
Economy
for
of scale.
economy of scale, yes, thank you. Yeah, and that's a problem we have, and I don't see a lot of options for expansion here because now Orleans want to do direct run, which is interesting, because this year schools in Orleans Parish were among the highest performers in the state. So why they're choosing now when a lot of the charter networks have shown, that they're
There's a
improving.
clicks, well, that's the time to take over.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Yes, yes.
I want to take a quick pause and remind everyone, Ron reminded me, that as for the new Louisiana meeting laws, we are streaming. Just as a quick reminder. So. And the typical ways of advertising. So we have radio. People hardly look at print. We do Instagram, and those are in English and Spanish. But like median signs, Nutrigram signs. Well, we're not a district. We are a district school, but it's all Orleans Parish.
Right.
It's the neighborhood isn't the draw. Although finally last week, for the first time, I live in a neighborhood that should be pulling. Kids should be coming here. And for the first time, I saw kids get off of a bus on Chapatulas wearing Young On's shirts.
Wow.
Finally!
Would you like some yard signs?
Actually, oh yeah, because I'm on the way to the rainbow.
Okay.
All the kids walk. My street is one of the routes to walk past to go get their snacks. So yes, I can absolutely put a yard sign.
We'll do the yard signs
Yeah.
this year then. And we did some billboards as well.
Yeah.
But it's something we have to work on. We have to do better.
And some people don't know that Crocker has been, under new administration. Crocker has a, history, the name.
It does.
And that's why I wanted to lead with young audiences.
Yes, yes.
Fortunately, I did win on that one, but I think it's a Crocker, and it has a history. There are a lot of amazing alums who went to Crocker, so you don't want to lose our history.
But there were some darker years.
Right.
So, for sure. Right. So what I had for the next part of the meeting is to just talk about, kind of in bigger terms, how we as a board can help support Ricky to reach these goals. And this is just a purely open discussion. I mean, obviously it's through committee work and asking questions, but beyond that, like what are we gonna do? And in going back to Richard's discussion of, we should give the goals should you give the goals of the lesson before or what, as you're doing it? The ultimate goal that I want to reach or start reaching in this meeting is to become more active on committees and to have individual committee goals set. So because we ask the school to reach their goals. So, but we need to hold ourselves accountable in how we are supporting them. So that's kind of the bigger picture here. So on the bigger, before we're going to break down and talk more about committee structure after lunch, unless we want to switch that around, because I know we're all still snacking and this is very loose. But what different things do we think we can be doing as a board to help support?
I think one of the things we need to do, there's so many exciting and great things happening across all campuses. I think board engagement, we probably need to get out there and see what they're doing, so therefore when we meet people, we can talk more intelligently about what the school is doing and what they're accomplishing.
Right. It's hard for some people's schedules. These two men that I'm flying by and here, I mean, you guys and Charles, y'all are, we've got some retired folks. Your schedule's a little more flexible, but we're teaching, we're leading community meetings, we're beholden to lots of meetings. So, and then we're on the bench. So we have to figure out a way to get that culture of, ooh, I have a free afternoon, or I have someone who I want to see the school and it's lining up with this event going on here. So let me tie those two things together and make it work. And because we could do that. That's certainly something we could do as a board and start getting that were out a little bit more.
Right.
Because once you come on the campus, that's all the
So-
promotion you need,
so-
right?
Yes.
That it does help you see kids who are understanding how society works, because that's important. You know, when to not to go back to, you know, the older generations of, you know, you're not spoken unless you're spoken to, but also where are you in a group is kind of important. That if a visitor walks in the room, not everyone turns and goes, oh, who's that? You know, that they continue on with their lesson because that's what they need to do, but they acknowledge you at the same time. That's not an easy skill for these little guys, and they're doing it. So that kind of thing is coming into play in our lessons. And then also we're teaching them how to think for themselves. One of the things that I saw at the early morning beginning of school broadcast was the absolute confidence that these kids had in coming to school at 4:45 in the morning, being on camera, seeing different people who they didn't know, and they're just like, I'm going to show off my stuff. With the confidence in having their art and knowing that they belong in that room is what we want to teach them. That's what the arts bring to the arts integration. You know, I can do this because I know I can do this well, which means I can also do other things well. And I can see this because I understand my art. So, you know, kind of giving that message across the board. We are a little bit different along those lines. So yes, bringing people in, having them be engaged, and having board members come in. Which one thing that when we get down into committee structures, we have not been doing a good job of new board orientation. I hadn't offered you a tour of campuses yet. That's totally on me. But that kind of thing we need to do. When are you free to come by and you know, or potential board members, let's have lunch next to a campus. Not just let's go have lunch, but let's have lunch next to a campus and walk around so you can see what we're doing. So yes, thank you. We can definitely improve with that. All right, keep them coming. What else can we do? Ricky talked about financial stability, improving. How can we help build the financial stability?
One of the things I think we've been talking about for a time now is what are those funding opportunities? Where's the list of needs for the school? And then once you get that list, then perhaps you can begin to think about what partners you can bring or you can reach out to in order to try to fund something.
It's a lot easier to fundraise if you say, I've done, over the years, my volunteer hats have included the SDCA. And if you write in a program, an auction program, remember $20 helps you feed an animal for a week, then they might up their bid on an auction by $20 because they see exactly what it goes to. Telling someone where their money is going instead of, you're just going to, you know, improve our campus. Improve our campus is
No,
way
and
too broad.
Edna has had particular success with that, with her stellar fundraising by tailoring the ask to the interests of people she's interested. So people who've been interested in cooking, culinary, people who've been interested in music, have bought instruments.
Right. But if we can get, and as Melissa was saying before, the job of the CFO is in a charter school is particularly hard. Star, I think we're definitely in a lower school library. We don't want, our jobs are not to give busy work to the network staff. You know, as a role, as a board, we shouldn't be doing busy work. We're giving this work, but we do need some information. So how do we, what things do we ask for that will help us do our job, thereby helping them do their job, but not just piling on work?
Well, I think Jen is a talented writer and as the development director we share, she's capable of putting out quality, as Rachel said, letter or feel. But I think where we can do a better job is to feed her more targeted.
That's right.
Asks that as Edna has used on a more personal basis, really target the ask to the interest of potential donor. And that's hard.
I must admit, when I'm out there, I'm always thinking, when I meet people who you know, I mean, with the thing we just did with one of the someone in our building passed.
Yeah.
And so we gave lots of donations.
Okay, they donate.
You're a superstar at that, and you know a lot of people. But I bet they come after you a lot too. Yes. Yes. No, any, you know, if you're sharing something with her, share it with me too, so I can make sure that she's following up.
So we send an email about it. And she,
Right, make sure that I know, because, you know, because she is dividing her time, you know, I want to make sure. Lately, I have been meeting with her on Tuesdays, you know, trying to follow up. And sometimes, you know, she may be working on a new grant, but if there is something that's time sensitive, you know, she'll do what she can to make it happen.
If the fundraising committee is meeting regularly, then they can just pass off notes, like here's what's happening. So coming up with just, I think just as the school has been renewing policies or reviewing things and creating better structure, we can do the same as a board. So Ricky, what things do you see that we could be doing to support you? This shouldn't be just one way.
Well, I
Wait,
mean,
special.
obviously fundraising is a key, and even if you're not comfortable going out and you do have a lead on somebody, you know, that would help. I've gotten leads from one of the football coaches that you know, CNC may be interested in funding it. So I did send a letter to somebody who I know personally, who is kind of nationally over, his title is director of strategic planning or something. So I did send him a packet, and I have a few packets, but if anybody has any contacts at Children's Hospital, and we can get a foot in the door, that's usually what it is getting the door is not people to call. So we do.
Well, foot in the door and interchange is
Oh,
what
yeah.
that really is.
well, we have a lead there too.
The football field lights.
I did send an email to the woman who's in charge of community engagement, right? I did send her an email, which has not gotten.
They're
I
right
know.
across the street. They actually benefit.
When John Brown
So I haven't
comes back,
gotten anything back, but maybe a more formal, here's who we are, call the woman at Entergy who does meeting. Yeah, so, I don't know, we need to keep working on that. Well,
What else do we need?
Well,
Richard, you
Political
have any
contacts, Ron has always done
Yes.
us
Ron's
proud,
always- yes.
keeping us on the good side of all of our.
I know.
Well,
Very
that's
nice job,
another
Chuck.
thing that Ron.
I mean, that's very,
We may not expect you to come to the meetings, but with this new expansion, we are going to have to get some permission. Well, yeah, as this football team grows and, you know, we start putting more games,
Get
we'll
some
have more
lights.
people there. Right, lights on the field, but there's some land across the street that council member Rudy Smith has said that the city may be willing. And he said he was reaching out. So
across
Yeah.
the street.
The football
Were
field
they,
is on
were they just
Hanson.
tore down Jay's place?
I guess. Is it,
Where,
where,
where
where
is
is
it?
it?
It's on
It's on the-
Orleans
No, no, so are we talking about,
On the other side is Orleans Parish. On the other side
Wait,
of
the
the
inside
Well,
of
it's not a canal, not
So,
Chase.
so the area that I know of is on the same, is on our same side of the street. So at the Burmaster and Fourth Avenue side,
that's what I was.
there is a section that's already been, I don't understand the exact designation, but it's still the city property, but we're granted usage.
Is that
It's a
up on the
right-of-way.
railroad track?
Yes.
Oh, where they just took out the railroad tie.
Right.
Isn't that
Oh,
better?
yeah.
Isn't
You're
it
talking about
better?
something different.
So there's a section of that that hasn't been granted to us now.
Right.
And so we were asking for that. There's also a section by the football field
Yeah,
that,
that's what I'm talking.
that we're asking for.
The wooded
Right,
area.
because then,
Where the
again, we
trees
wouldn't own
are?
it, but we would be granted usage. And it would help us, we wouldn't put any, permanent structures, but we could put, like, we could either put parking or like, recreation type.
Are you talking about past the parking lot? Are you talking about past the parking lot?
Or adjacent to
You're
the
talking
football
about
field?
on the other side of the school at Fourth and Burmaster,
Yes,
where
that's
they just
something
took out the
different.
railroad tie.
Right.
Yes.
Right, but then you're also
But I
talking
thought he
about,
was talking about.
By the parish line
Yeah.
on the, yeah.
Along the
Basically, it's
levee?
overgrown.
is
Yeah, where
Burmaster
it's
the
overgrown
county line
past
or is
the
it
end
one
of the
block
parking
over?
lot. Before you get.
It's that little corner that they tore down, that old complex there on the corner. That's Orleans Parish. So anything on the other side of the canal between what's called Ritzy at that point and Burmaster.
Okay, so this is Whitney,
It's not straight.
Right.
this is Lansing,
Lovely.
right? This is the school, right?
Talk about over here and then over here, this corner right here. Orleans, yeah.
Where they building?
That's-
Mary's body.
That's where I fought
Mary.
with Kristen Gisselson Palmer
Right.
to get that,
Torn down. Correct.
How is that on Leeds?
We don't have a canal divided line.
Okay, so I need to see where the canal runs.
Canal runs.
obliquely behind the football field.
Okay, got it.
We could do a bridge, which I've already said, we could do a little bridge over the canal to this one.
Oh, that would be inexpensive.
Not just a little walking bridge.
Oh.
Walking bridge.
Something you could buy like for a residential pond.
We could do a Japanese garden. Yeah.
I mean, one of the things, and I know this will come up in fundraising at some point. We talk about, the different entities within the building, self-funding.
Yes,
And one of the things that the band has been asking for
uh-huh,
is a trailer that they can carry their instruments in. And that is a great fundraising opportunity and
promotional opportunity,
Right.
that's when you get it wrapped with our logo.
and you can put the name of the person or the company that funds it on it also. So it's great visibility.
Yeah.
Um,
And our bands, last year it was 9 parades,
11.
11, yes. Yes.
But also the jazz band, I think they
Yeah.
could probably get more gigs if they had a way of getting those instruments.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Right. By the way, for those who don't know the way, so our jazz band, I did send out an email, thanks to Miss Birdie, who pulled it off of Facebook or
Yeah.
Instagram. But our jazz band is playing at Bufa's Sunday night from 4 to 6.
Yes, 4 to 6.
It's a fundraiser for the New York show. But they are also performing at Capulet on the 30th. Tom's cruising, he gave me, I don't know if that's specifically a fundraiser, but they've performed at Capulet a few times.
yeah, they,
And they're also performing in Sinai Synagogue for us in the event they're
Oh,
having there.
wonderful.
Yeah, so it is the 30th. But so they do get out and do things. And they've been able to do it because Mr. Rizzi can borrow his church van.
Ah.
but if we
So
had a trailer,
if we had
God
a
bless
trailer, so we still get the kids in the van, but if we had a trailer that could attach to any parent's pickup truck to go to any venue or to go in any parade, that would really be helpful.
And I think I saw prices of $7,000 to $10,000. So, I mean, so it may be a great board.
Yeah, but we want someone
And
saying.
everybody looked away from me.
But we want someone saying. Well, do y'all wanna, looking at, how I have the rest of this time structured, I am fine moving any of this around. We have committee structured discussion, committee goals discussion, that's kind of breaking up, but I don't know how we're gonna do that. So many of us, we can't really divide into committees. Current funding opportunities, which we're jumping ahead on.
Oh, so sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's good. And then adjournment. So what do y'all think? Is anyone?
Why don't we keep on the funding conversation since we're already on it?
Okay,
And then the other.
and then break for lunch and we'll give you a
Yeah,
after.
that seems cool.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so funding opportunities. We also have a soccer team that needs jerseys.
Yes.
They need how much?
$5,000.
They need $1,000 for jerseys. The New York Young Audiences trip. So Young Audiences National is paying a nice stipend for travel and hotel. We want them to have experiences there too. And if this experience can also help with things like getting a trailer, then we should do that. So we did a GoFundMe that didn't work very well.
Is it still up?
It's still up. It's still up. It has raised something like $635. So that can be shared. And then going to these events can also be, and the trip. What other funding options?
Bleachers.
What?
Well, the bleachers are done. The lights, we do have.
We need more.
You need
So
more.
we're out of the, well, we have space, all of the bleachers now, we have 750 seats.
And what was the cost on the bleachers?
Oh, God,
The bleachers,
anyhow,
300,000,
the problem
300, I
with
don't
the
know.
bleachers now is there's no room for the band.
Right.
There's over 100 kids in the band, and their parents also too. So they fill up the bleachers, and now there's no room for the band. So we've had to rent chairs or benches. I mean, it's a good problem, but now that we're winners, I mean, you know, I just don't know.
Why she's
By
letting this
one point.
one get really good at her. We're ahead of Ellen.
Oh my gosh. Okay, how?
So, yeah, I'm sorry, that is not the best
Right.
news, is
No.
yeah.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
it's a win, I'm sorry.
so we need more bleachers. Admissions to the games is only for district games? Or or admissions, because at some point,
Charge?
You
Yeah.
charge people to come?
Yes, we're gonna charge $10. The first game we charge less. We also do the
You
concessions.
charge for parking too?
No, we
No.
don't charge for parking.
oh, Shaw charges for parking.
No, oh yeah, they'll need a turnout.
Yeah, but, you know, it's just gonna feel bad.
I was about to say.
No, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But the students, how much do the students pay? That was the
Fine.
question.
And
Yes.
it's fine.
Yeah.
We make money from the concessions, but not a huge amount of money, and it is a lot of work. So these are, kind of all things that we
So,
need.
and the concession stands, we're trying to see if the individual groups can raise money for their group on doing the concession stand. So like the flag team could take a time, to,
As long as it's not a sporting event. The sporting
Oh.
events are geared towards they're giving it to like the football team.
Got it.
As the-
From the concession.
From the
Yes.
concessions,
Yes.
yeah.
That's right, but non-sporting, they're
Right.
providing, yeah. So we have a lot of needs as we're growing, and there are some things that are absolutely desperate that will help us make money, like the lights. If we can rent the field out, we'll be able to take more money.
so the,
Instruments.
Yeah.
Instruments, yes.
the light quote was $215. And we're trying to find ways to get partnerships to help with that. We're also
We have a
working,
grant out to Dick's Sporting
Yes.
Goods.
and we have asked to Home Depot and some other places, to try to get a shed. If we can get a shed, then we can move concessions outside, but it would, and bathrooms would be part of it.
But
They
we
have
have,
porta lines out there.
we
Yeah,
have
we have porta potties.
concessions outside under a tent.
Oh my gosh, okay, good.
We're
Okay,
under a tent, not a big tent, but we're under a
a
tent.
little wet, so that's something else we're trying to improve, because then it's a better space to rent.
We
And
probably have someone, you know, that's the thing about getting to know the parents as well, to someone who probably has that skill set to build. Yeah.
so, one of the things that I would like to see the school do that we don't have any control over, because we help with management, with, you know, kind of overall procedural management, but not individual. That's not our job. But Active Parents Association.
Yeah.
How do we create an Active Parents Association? And one thing might be through a booster club, which I've told my contact for the Franklin, which you might be a better contact. I'm like, I need to talk to the person who's in charge of the Franklin Athletics Association.
A better name for our parents group than Parents Association. I mean,
Right.
Booster Club.
Well,
Yeah.
they have.
The Yackers. No,
Yeah.
right. So, yeah, so coming up with some.
We already had one parent meeting. Our parents are active, but we have not been able to grow the parents. You know, it's the same people who come in the lower school. Like, yeah, and once, you know, the black tie.
Oh, no. No,
Black
no,
tie
no,
worked
no.
for that one day.
No.
One of our past principals had a special event, and a lot of people showed up, and then they didn't show up after. So we do the kind of to organize that, and honestly, I guess what I need to do is find somebody in charge, on the staff, and actually help to motivate.
So, and to brainstorm ideas on how to get people involved. I mean, ages ago, there was the Donuts with Dunbar. I don't know, something like that might help get parents to come in and be
We still do
be
that,
around. But
and parents show up, and we just are having something, it's grandparents and
right,
something.
like Tuesday morning.
I
Yes,
think the thing that's unique about our school though is that all the kids involved in our school, particularly once they're in middle school, they have a particular activity, whether it be band or dance or art. And so it seems like the parents, and Susan would speak to this better than I can, but the parents support based on their children's activities. So,
But there is a need, and I do hear, actually, somebody stopped me yesterday at the game, and I had met her standing in line at one of the orientations. I don't remember her name, but she remembered me. She goes, can I email you? And I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. And she plans on coming to the meeting this week. But it's that kind of thing that that people, we said it at orientation, but what's the next step? What's the orientation part? You know, when we need to send out regular emails. And when I say we, I mean us, you know, as YACS. They need to send out regular emails. They need to send out regular announcements and have some consistency. And also the Zoom aspect. Excuse me, because if you're holding a meeting at 5:30, some people don't get on until 5. But they can put in their Zoom, you know, and have participation.
Right.
And one of the parents did say that last year, Mr. Hayward started on his own, just doing like a Zoom once a month. But he had it in the middle of the day. So, you know, that was him and personal parents. But two of the parents that were there, they were very eager, but it's like how, you know, because they're kind of just goes by the wayside. You get one thing and
you want the next step though. You
Right,
know, Like
you
coming
need
to
the next
a
step.
board meeting and listening, but then not.
yeah, like what's
parents
the
meeting.
next right.
What's the next step? So we're good at the beginning.
Right,
And
the follow through.
Right, how to make a follow through. So one thing that, when my kiddos were at Newman years ago, they had a discussion topic, and they had visitor speakers come in. Country Day started doing the
I've
same
tried
thing,
that.
Yeah.
Actually,
have
you
that
came
over
right
here.
here.
right?
Didn't you do a talk on suicide prevention? I think it was you. Pretty sure we would have asked.
You know, is there a way just to start getting people hooked? Like, oh, I get information at school.
But even like the surveys, we've done surveys before with the parents, but then there's been no follow through. What do we do?
So, all of these things, you're absolutely right, but we've had to cut some staff positions. So it would be great to have like a community outreach staff member, but we don't. And so, I mean, that's the problem. All of these things should be done. They're done at your child's private school. And because they probably have a staff member who's following up on it.
Right,
Or
but they're not.
And they've also got a base of 50 or 60 years of people
Right.
too. That's
Exactly.
The Country Day doesn't have, it's a smaller school, but they don't have a staff person dedicated.
So
I think it's a good thing that the parents do
So,
take
the
over, but
principal?
it's getting started. It's getting
The
started.
principal.
And organizing it.
Reach out and see if they're willing to take it
I mean,
on.
their parents association, I will ask my sister-in-law what's going on with the parents association. Because I don't know, like how it doesn't exist, because it wasn't very good when I was there. They didn't have a solid parents association.
But you're saying that the principal should take on the parent organization.
It's a way for them, if they're friends, or if they have a relationship with the parents, it's to their benefit.
Yes.
So it's a vehicle for that, yes.
Look, we're not alone. The struggle at NOMA is the same thing. Having to get a parent group together. When you're bringing kids in from so
Right.
far away, from Marrero or wherever, and then NOMA especially is all over. It's hard to build. I think Cindy went and tried like last year, and she had meeting after meeting. Maybe I could get on 15 people on it, but it's
I mean,
just
let's be
tough.
real. I mean, with any organization, there's gonna be like, if you're lucky, that 30%, that's the worker bees, and then it's dropping from,
30% would be
social
amazing.
media. It's true.
It's
That's a lot.
10%.
Right.
There is another area, so we know we want to work on this. I'll speak to the principals and get them together and brainstorm some ideas and then pass it on to you.
I do think you're onto something by saying that, because it might motivate parents to come if they knew if the principal was kind of speaking on meetings.
So at the Cape meeting, it was the assistant principal couldn't attend, and the dean of culture. So they were both there.
Wouldn't
That's
have to be
still
the
good.
same person every time.
I think you need one consistent person.
One consistent person is nice to organize it, but the parents, if they have a little issue and they can call someone before it becomes a big issue,
Right.
it's really nice. If they know who to call, then that's just like one less red one.
Right.
So that
They're
kind of.
off of my stress, and we have a hard time even in court, and I have the
Yeah.
ability to mandate it. It still is a difficult challenge to get parents involved, and we have tried everything from giveaways and all kinds of things. And offer that to say, the one thing that someone told me working, her name is Patricia Watson. She's a pastor in town, and she runs one of our out-of-court programs, the Evening Reporting Center. And she got parents involved in a telephone call for 5 minutes. And they were going to, sometimes it led into other things. She started just by saying, just get on the phone, we're going to talk for 5 minutes. And that 5 minutes led to 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes led to 20 minutes and more. But now she was offering something more of a spiritual nature. She's a pastor kind of thing. But if there is something that is being offered that they could benefit from, I sort of like what you said, parents are involved based on what their children are interested in. So if you had someone on this conversation, if it's dance, I'll use that as an example, and you had there's going to be Susie from the dance school on the phone today talking about thus so and the other thing. And then those parents might get on the phone. And then you just build it slowly. This is what Pastor Watson told me she did. And then it got to the point where she couldn't get those parents off the telephone. We went up to like 90 minutes, she was on the phone with them. And so if there's something they're going to gain from it, if it's medical information, if it's somewhere you get a social security card for your kids or an ID for your kids. This is what we're going to be talking about.
Kind of register that older kids have to vote.
Something that'd be great.
Yeah.
But so
Yeah.
I said you could
Yeah.
do it, right? So-
We do that for students.
Right, but if the parents who may have a kid in another school too might be interested in getting on a phone call or Zoom to say, oh, here's the process that they can go through. My kids are taken care of, but this is information that I can use to help my neighbor.
That's what was high. And she also got politicians and people to get on the phone. Just say you just sit on the phone with us for 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes in your car or something. And if they wanted to talk about, the catch basin being flooded, that was part of the conversation. She didn't lead the conversation to everyone, but getting them on the phone is how she got them to participate. And I thought that was a good idea. We certainly never did that. But, and that was the way she got parents to participate.
How many parents would she get at a time?
Well, she said she got up to like 30, but it started with like 2 or 3. But at one point, she had 30 or so parents on the phone. I'm sure she's still doing it.
Yeah.
But we haven't spoken about it again. But there's just her idea. But acknowledging that we can't get it done at the time.
But if we could get 30 people, that's why I was saying if the 10% or 30% is amazing, but if we could get 30 parents, they talk to other parents.
Right.
So all we need to have a successful parents association meeting is 20 to 30 people in that room.
Right.
That would be a successful meeting.
We had about 50.
It's not bad, but it
if
could
they
be better.
felt they were getting one-on-one principal,
That would be
that might
Yeah.
encourage
But that-
other people to.
That's a way to start, but it have to be something that, then can rotate, but it would like rotate the vice principal, with someone of authority
Yes.
up there,
Yeah.
that's
So people
hearing.
felt like they were
Yes.
getting
Yes.
access.
Yes.
Say it right.
Right, exactly.
Well, I was
Exactly.
there, they didn't care. They can walk into your office anytime.
But the
Get what
different
they
things,
want.
like what is the dean doing for discipline about different things? That is something parents are interested in. How is sped being handled? That's
Right,
something parents are interested in. How is tutoring being handled? After school programs. Those are all interests of, right,
And
exactly.
remember, because we were
I was
talking
thinking
about,
Kate,
like,
but yeah.
upper town, it was like, there's
Yeah.
only 3 people from that high school.
Yeah.
That went this summer, it's like.
Right.
There's so many.
Or just even, so we have similar programs at Young Audiences, but if they're organized in advance and can be spoken about, like a date that's an earlier date, here's what is going to be offered, then that would be a good call. Like, here's what to expect.
It wasn't you, it was Carly Rogers, our social
Oh, yeah.
worker. It was a session.
I gave someone talk about anxiety to somebody.
There you go. Okay, I'm now.
So that's a future call.
So I will work on this and see
Yeah.
who I can activate. I'll start with principals and, I'll explain that. It's really
It's like, who do they most want to talk to?
Right, or what is the pressing thing, and maybe have a survey go out that says, what is that, and then they can see results. Because people don't like taking surveys if they don't think that people are listening.
We had a parent survey that just went out to Carly Rogers. Has it gone out yet? I think it's about to go out.
So we do though, so people will continue,
But we
need a
have to have
newsletter that
follow-up.
says,
Or focus groups, I like
Right,
focus groups.
right. but for the general, because not everyone can come to a focus group, but a general newsletter that says, thank you so much for participating. Here's the breakdown of your answers.
Yeah, but we've never had that part.
Right, I know, but it feels better to participate.
It feels better when you have.
Each of the principals has newsletters that go out weekly, to their schools.
Yeah,
Right.
so that could
We
be,
are getting.
Yeah.
so that could be
So
a
are
section after,
Right.
right,
So
Result-
you're saying
results from the-
add parent activities to.
As you say, the results of the surveys.
right, when we send out
And
surveys.
newsletters and stuff.
You don't like to, sometimes we need to yell into the void. We don't want that to always, we don't want people to feel like that's what they're doing. Even if it's, this is great,
So is this parents, grandparents, or relatives?
Anybody?
Or, well, but,
Yeah, grandparents are
I
always.
mean, but if it says parents,
No, I think they usually say caregiver.
Or the caregiver.
Yeah.
That's
That
better.
sounds usually it.
And I agree, coming up with a catchy name would be good.
Right.
Yeah,
And a little-
Orders of the YACS, I don't know.
A little thing is, I'm on boards. I don't really, at one level, I just know the faces. I don't really know like their energy, but when you said energy, I said, I think there's somebody from energy on one of my boards. But so if you can say who you want, it may trigger off or what the name of the people are. Because I would know their names, but I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, that one's from energy. So just, be one out of 100.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I just like, a thing of everything you want money for.
Yeah.
Just
A wish list.
a
wish
wish
list.
list
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
for us.
and I think
just-
Jan is working on that wish list.
No, but,
That's a good idea.
I'm not that in the weeds to figure out,
Yeah,
what it is, what it isn't.
Yeah.
The other thing that was triggered
I
off
was just with him behind
is what is the purpose of
Marcus
our school?
Brown, the council was also.
And as far as educating,
Yeah.
our mission is to educate the whole child through arts integration and equip our current learners to flourish as leaders in life and learning.
Our
okay, but
school for
my
Max
associate went to
Right,
one of the nice things after
here on Nancy's.
Katrina was they redefined what a library.
And
The library was a community. And in some ways, what, and he mentioned how you get cards and sign people up.
So
What
they're,
is-
there are
There's an
names,
interest in
there
there,
are
and it's their
names.
interest in
What
light
we
level
need
of this.
to do with the society
Okay.
and,
right,
the deficits.
Do that.
And
I believe they should.
that, but
I'll
again,
get it.
yeah,
Okay.
it's,
Okay,
that's
great.
not covered in there.
no, it's not. You just reminded me, I didn't go to many parents' meetings at Franklin when my kids were there because I didn't need to. They were on student council, they told me whatever was going on, I had relationships with some of the teachers. I didn't need to go hear the whole thing. I did go to school to hear how they could get a UNO library card.
Okay, but again, what is our contribution to the parents?
Do that, they were-
And the more they know,
Okay.
the better why it's going to be. The better they will support it to learn about the arts.
Right, absolutely.
But I think, I never thought about
Yeah.
as the school as a community.
Because a lot of
Yeah.
times when you mail
And what would that
Yeah, I'm
mean?
not saying that.
At
Yeah,
what
oh,
point
yeah,
would that
the-
be,
the
too much?
person you send it to is
Right.
probably be the first person.
That's
Right.
a definition
And that person's
of what
gonna
our
decide
mission is our
to
mission
see,
to
so I
enrich
can get the ride and
in which the parents, caregivers,
That's
in
the
ways we
keep
haven't
that on my
thought.
list.
Right,
And
Right.
educate.
right.
Right.
And
Like the
that benefits our
grandparents,
kids, it just depends on the stress.
they've been traveling, so.
You know,
Wait. Y'all remind me of something that my husband was joking with me about, and I'm not gonna do the full thing. He's like, for this board meeting, you have everyone fill out life boards. And you have your arts and supplies, arts and craft supplies. But we should go around for Judge Dansford. We kind of know what everyone does, but you're new to this group, and this is a good opportunity to do this. As you may have picked up, Marty is as a mental health professional. Do you want to start and give a little?
I've been at LSU for almost 40 years. I started this rendition of the child program. I'm now not in charge of anything, but I worked at Children's Hospital. I was their first head of child psychiatry. I worked with the juvenile courts. I worked for the state, social services, DCFS. I consult with the medical director and also DHH. And I ran NOAA
Okay.
until it was closed. So,
Could I ask a question? Because Rick, I thought I heard you say that we have a grant or we have outreach with LCMC.
Yes.
And we're looking so into contact at Children's Hospital.
I'm not really with them. they've been taken over by
I know,
LCFC.
but I heard, I just
And
heard.
I'm sure the new head of child psychiatry who works there, you know, is there and would have a point person.
I have a couple of things, it's just not big. Yeah, do you still specialize in, early, very young?
There was a time in early kids,
Right,
I started in 15,
yeah,
wrote the grant, Institute of Mental Hygiene, that is now the Tulane grant, and the interim team.
Did we get grandfathered too?
I know.
I'm helping you out, John.
Actually, somebody got me involved in using AI
oh,
to teach, and I just, I was gonna skip a meeting, but I just said that, you know, the leader had come and they said, oh, let me tell you what AI, unbelievable. They're inventing
Yeah,
patients.
Yeah.
And then you stab that, and there's a psychiatry GPT. And it said a whole case, and then it said, do a therapy session, and it clicked up the therapy session, and it was like, you know, and so, I mean, is there a
it's
AI for fundraising?
I know,
Right.
right?
It still
Right,
makes
right.
things up
There
there. If it
No,
doesn't
no,
have an
no,
answer,
no,
it'll
no.
make things up.
No, but again, it hallucinates,
oh,
Yes.
but the quality of the write-up was better than my residency.
Oh, my.
And,
That's nice.
Scary.
you know,
It's
and
scary.
they checked, and, you know, so I've been thinking about it, but, AI I use all the time, not ChatGPT, but if I was smart enough, I would. And I have the presentation to do in 5 weeks, so I'm gonna have to learn.
Oh, yeah, you are.
You know, but I think if you're not using that, my hunch is you're losing out.
yeah,
That's scary, but
No.
yeah.
What?
We use it as much too. And I use EZA or ESA, they're out there.
But it's scary, I didn't see too many hallucinations.
you didn't see too many.
I mean, but
Alright. Yeah, okay, so real quick, just introducing Mary.
Oh,
Or actually, wait, do you want to do this over lunch?
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, it's over lunch, okay.
Yeah, good idea.
So guys, we have sandwiches,
I got to leave by 1.
yeah,
It's
turkey,
5 hams,
ham.
5 turkeys.
Awesome.
A vegan? Vegan?
They can have fruit or yogurt.
They can have
Or they can have a
Yeah, vegans can have
pastry.
Oh, it's a whole box. Well, I'll take either one, so I don't
Yeah,
care.
I don't care either.
We grab it.
What's the turkey and what's the other one? Ham.
I can take whatever, so whatever y'all want.
Ricky, Susan, do y'all care
Can
about
I tell whether you
turkey?
have ham or turkey?
No, I'm gonna go last, I want everybody else.
That's what everyone is
I'm going to the
saying.
bathroom, I'll go last.
Huh?
It doesn't matter.
But I truly have to go last.
It doesn't matter.
I'm the employee.
Yeah, I think these.
I have to go to a party later.
Your waters.
Just me as in cold.
It's cold. It is cold.
I'm so glad I have.
Cold, it's gotten colder.
I'm gonna cut my lemonade with my water. Because I'm quite sure this is too sweet.
Right. Oh, right.
No sweaters.
I'm freezing.
Look, I have my socks.
Yeah.
I didn't like that much, that's easy enough to add other things and say, look. Oh, no, it's specific. And we don't. Do I have a meeting coordinating this?
No, it's on the 18th.
What is this?
Next board meeting.
Ah,
I
yes.
thought I heard somebody say something about board meeting. This-
It's not, it's next week, or it's on the 18th.
Do we have to straighten out where you
I was thinking we can, make sure to put that out. So look, this is, we have a great,
I've been there. So is there, I'm sure the state has a dash for education or the, no, okay.
I don't know, they
Do,
do, I mean, but it
do the
doesn't,
leadership have a dash?
no.
So my sense would be, I can imagine a dashboard. I have nothing against dashboards.
Right.
It's usually they aren't used.
No, but if
They have to be like,
we ask about trends, we ask about all these different things. So, and they have to go out and seek for it. So what things do we ask for? And if it is put on there in a way that we can see a trend, then everyone has the information. So is there a time when more teachers aren't coming back? Well, what happened? And so people know that and they deal with it internally, but we may need to know that as a board because we get asked questions or we see things, then we need to know what's going on. Okay, so this is everything's open on my personal computer right now. So that's good. Richard, why did you shrink this? This is the only thing that's open. There we go.
CJ
Nope.
Vance fan club?
It's not working. No, I mean, it is, but everything's tiny.
Oh, you're not connected to this internet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, we can do it like that. All right, so if we go into Google Drive. So I'm on, I have two different windows open. Oh, I can't because I'm not on this. Let's get me on the internet. So unplug me, get me on the internet. So I always have,
Does everybody have this already? Google Drive? Is already.
if you use Chrome or Safari or one of those, then yes. If
Oh,
you
really?
have a Gmail,
Yeah.
then you have Google Drive. Google Drive is something that is part of just,
It's the package of
Yes, other wireless.
Google Phone, Google Maps.
You can get Google Drive. We use it, but it's not my favorite tool.
In the
but it's
corner.
accessible. We're already, it's a Google account that we're using, so it makes it
While you're doing this,
Yes.
you mentioned suspensions. Suspensions right now are not something that is considered by discipline actions and suspensions. Roughly, are not, we don't have to give, statistics. Okay, according to the Department of Education.
Well, no, I was
Kids.
worried about that because they also have a new rule, a new law that was teachers need to teach or whatever they're calling it, which is if a student is disruptive, then they can put them out. So that's going to increase suspension. So,
Right, so we're
yeah.
not tracking this because they're gonna be,
Right, we're not, that's right,
Yeah.
so we're not tracking it, but they'll probably be increasing.
it's
Right.
giving the
Oh, yeah.
school's license to conduct.
On or.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So it doesn't make
No,
sense.
that doesn't make sense at all.
On or.
Right, but that's
Yes.
They ruin
Yeah, so anyhow,
education for
we are
everybody.
not, we are going to
Jail.
continue wanting to keep our kids on school.
Right, and we have, our policies are more, what's the word? Restorative.
Yes.
Thank you. We do more restorative justice. We have a meditation room.
We did that at the court.
Yeah.
We were calling it. Yeah, we did that number.
I'm sure, you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Erica,
But like, we can.
I'm open, yes, yeah, that's consider.
okay, I got it. So look, real quick, this is what it looks like. If you are in a Google account, you can go to whatever they're calling that. It's not a hamburger. Into your
Google it.
your Google Apps thing. Click on that, and then the drive is there.
It's here.
And with your YACS email, you have access to it. So,
Yes, and I, of course, I have a very full drive.
right. So we'll work on that more. Shared drives.
Typically.
Shared drives.
Shared drives. Typically, there is.
Okay. So just, you all have access, but we need to make sure that you have it through your emails. All right, because we're almost at 1, so let's just be thinking about the dashboard, and maybe that's something that we do in our committees. I have another handout. This is from Board on Track, which I noted on the top. All of that give credit. These are the different committees that they suggest any charter board should have. Governance, which includes recruiting, board member orientation, organizing, assessing strength, and making sure there's any professional development. Development committee, which is fundraising. Finance, looking at the budget. Academic excellence, looking at how all the testing is going. And CEO support and evaluation committee. We have not done that as a committee in the past, except for ad hoc. And so I don't know if that needs to be a set committee or if we continue to do it ad hoc. But I wanted to kind of get everyone's feel for our committee structure. What do we think about these 5 committees?
Don't we have, and that you're more familiar with it, we have 4 standing committees as of our bylaws.
Right. It's finance and
Governance, I think in finance.
finance, academic.
Facilities.
I don't think
No?
that was in the
What
bylaws.
is the other? I can pull that up, but it might take me a minute. Where would facilities go in this?
I was just trying to figure that out.
I guess facilities is ad hoc. These would be
I
standing.
think we added it when we redid the bylaws.
We had, I'm pretty sure we had 4 standing.
We do it, but
Bridget, can you pull that up in the bylaws
let me see if I remember that one.
while we're talking? All right, so we'll get that, and I apologize, I don't know it right off the bat.
And for the finance committee, Richard as the CAO has a big role as liaison often between the CFO and me, although I think to the CFO quite a bit of late. But yeah, so he has a role there right at.
Facilities might fall under development.
Facilities might fall under development, but like I said, we can do ad hoc, which is just as needed, but we don't always need a facilities committee.
Well,
But it does, we're always, yeah, so maybe facilities goes under development. Development and
We
facilities.
always need a facilities.
Okay. Okay,
I think we need to refer to the list of data.
Yeah.
who's pulling it up now? All
And
right,
while we're here,
Yes.
if anybody has preference of which committees they want to serve on.
Right, like fundraising, right?
so I have sheets that I can change names on, I just went off of that, and I have chair, meeting time, members.
when I say fundraising. No, moment. Yeah, right, go on. Because finance and
No,
fundraising.
I'm sorry, I'm filling out my dashboard.
Yeah.
okay.
Charles definitely is,
He's the only
Finance.
one like under 40 who's actually doing.
right. So Richard, you don't have to pull, you don't have to connect it, but just
Well, so.
That was a good observation, Mary.
It says standing committees, executive committee,
Oh, exactly.
human resources committee,
Yeah.
finance committee, academic committee, governance committee,
Human resource.
communications, public relations, and fundraising committee, and then facilities committee. And this was like one that, when we had to revise the bylaws according to the IRS concern that we put in.
But what is the function of the human resource committee? Because that seems like a staff function. It's on the person.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Shall consist of individuals appointed by the chair who will be responsible to establish performance criteria for school leaders linked to, among other things, adherence to the association to its charter.
So that's.
That's the support and evaluation.
What else was under fundraising? You said there were 3 things you mentioned.
There was links, So fundraising was with communications and public relations.
Right.
Okay, so it's not a.
Well, that makes sense.
So finance is with,
Finance was its own. Finance is its own.
Right, but it's
okay,
the governance, development, communications, CR, finance, academic, and CEO support and development.
These five are.
yeah, so,
Right.
right. So it's governance, development,
Sorry,
okay, good.
put this back. Make a list.
So Richard, in the next 5 minutes,
Oh, there it is.
just what are our current headlines, headings, committee?
I thought it would be fast, but we have facilities, communication, public relations and fundraising, facilities, governance.
Could we maybe have the committees printed out?
Yeah.
for
Yeah, for the next board meeting, we
Since
can do
we
that.
really.
Okay.
When is the next board meeting?
The next board meeting is
Hey,
Wednesday the 18th at
Where?
8.
I have judicial counsel.
The construction on the bridge is done.
Oh, yay. Maybe the lights.
So we will miss you there.
I may be able to make it.
Okay, we start 5:30.
Yeah, my judicial counsel is not that stuff.
So,
Every time now.
there should be 2 committee meetings, coming up before then. One is finance and one is fundraising or whatever we're calling it. So did we set a date for that?
We were looking at,
Can we combine those committees? Not combine,
But
but
you
it's
know what?
essentially the
but
same
you know what,
folks.
you're right, because in one document I looked at, fundraising and
Okay.
finance was under the same
So
umbrella
there could be a
because it goes
stop
hand in hand.
between,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
20 minutes
We could
minded,
still have
20 minutes
our
fundraising.
meeting with Jen separately.
Absolutely.
Right, but we can do this and, do we want to do it an hour before the board meeting?
No,
I know that's-
consolidate those times.
Does that work for everybody? So just do 4:30 before the board meeting? I mean,
We could always do a call or something.
Right.
It's 2024, so. it should-
And we wouldn't be making any votes.
Right,
to
exactly.
what matters.
On
It's more-
Yeah, okay, good. So we will, combine this committee for purposes of meetings. Wednesdays and 4:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the main thing that, we wanna know unless, finance currently Sandy is the leader on paper. Currently Edna is the leader.
That works, Mayor. Thursday at 1.
I mean, that's okay for me.
Okay.
Leader by default on, fundraising. Governance, or what, we'll go over ahead, I mean, so executive, I guess, I share that, human resources. Those are the same thing,
Which one?
governance, did we just say, well, no, I don't know.
No, it's not.
That
So-
CEO support was HR.
Right, so CEO support is HR, executive is, yeah, I don't know,
So,
we'll play
but
around with
this
this.
is to comply with some other income tax thing.
Right, so, but
Do
we,
we have to follow it just because?
This
think
is derived, I think, and I wasn't over this at the time, but this is derived from our original bylaws, and then we had to adjust to accommodate the IRS recommendation of a 2/3 majority in 2015. So, because originally we were the 51% majority of the board to make a decision, and we advocated for 2/3 majority.
I think in practice, we can combine some.
It sounds like what we're gonna have in reality, what we have because of some.
Right, right, exactly. So in reality, I think CEO support and evaluation is the executive committee in HR. In reality, finance includes fundraising, but there may be a larger committee for fundraising.
So,
Yeah, a subcommittee, exactly. Maybe,
what,
that's right, focus Jen.
if Ricky has enough money, so
Academic committee, I think, stays to itself. So it's communication, public relations, and fundraising. I think that is, when you're adding communications and public relations, that doesn't really fit into the structure at all. I don't know. What do y'all think?
So you're saying you can't, huh?
Could you merge
We can.
executive human resources and governance?
Yeah.
AD&E.
Or you just make it a marketing.
I mean, I think we're talking about two different things.
We are talking about theater.
Oh,
Sorry.
But communications, PR, and facilities could go together right now. I don't know. Okay, so we'll have to brainstorm on this at our next meeting. And for this month, we will definitely have one meeting for finance and fundraising. We also have another fundraising meeting. Edna, is that? That's okay,
No,
no.
it's just saying.
That's a good thought going on there.
And E can go together
September
as
10th, 11th,
and
and
B
12th,
and
is
E
that the
be
one that's
subcommittees.
scheduled?
I mean,
Yes.
B,
Yeah,
Decide on
A,
date.
B, and E.
A, B, and E, and then A and B be subcommittees of E.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, A and B subcommittees of E. And then, so finance, academic, governance, communications, facilities. So that's five. All right, so chairs? Who wants to chair these? Marty, are you good continuing with academics? Awesome. Okay, good. And Sandy seems to be fine with continuing with finance, unless would you like to take over on that?
I won't fire.
I will fire. I know you will fire. No one's firing Sandy. Okay.
I think she's willing to, let
Let
somebody
someone
else
go.
take it.
Well, she took it from me.
Right, I know. I know.
I mean, I'll jump back.
Take it back, cool.
I mean, if she doesn't want to, let's ask her first.
Right. Okay, okay. Okay. And then communications, public relations, and, no, so the facilities. You're still
The
busy, I know.
facilities, Mary and I want to do that.
Yeah.
so is fundraising standalone or is it under finance?
It's under finance.
Right.
So, our newer board members, do y'all want to take more of a leadership role? Because I'm defaulting back on where we've been. Ms. Brody? John is like, I just got here.
I'll give them.
Where is the need? I mean, huh? Why can't?
So you want them to take the lead?
Yeah, looking for, just, if
Who's over governance?
me,
Okay.
I mean, I think that the chair,
Right.
Yeah.
So what's left? What's the hanging chad?
we don't really have one, but I was kind of designating, as we were last year without really talking to the group, so wanting to see, do we keep it the way it was? I want us to all work together and to make sure that everyone feels like they're coming in and being active.
Maybe at some point we can look at some sub.
Yeah.
Committees.
All right,
some
so
of
we'll
these.
do leadership within the subs.
And I would like for facilities,
Mhm.
if we could do virtual, unless it's important that we have to meet for something, then we can work it around our calendar. But if I have a standing meeting, that would be virtually during the day, whoever's on it, that would be great. I help the staff too while they're at school.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it.
All right. Sounds good. Okay, so for all purposes, I know you need to head out.
I can think.
Okay, good. So we can
I
adjourn.
just have to drive 2 hours back.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I was gonna say that I do have to leave at 1, but I will be a member of the governance committee. That's
That's exactly what I was thinking.
okay. I will be a member of that just to help me learn a lot. I think.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I would also.
And even the communication.
Well, you
I would
already.
also suggest
Okay.
doing a mini about, like the academic committee, I was just dropped into it.
You were.
And, I mean, is it effective, is it effective, what's its goals, objectives?
Well,
I
that's
think
what
an
we want to
orientation.
talk about. That I have committee goals. So
No, I think that would be good
Yes.
to have.
yeah,
Update,
absolutely.
so it's effective.
Right.
I'm not sure it's that.
Right. I agree. We're just listening.
Okay.
And the academic, I don't, thank goodness, we ask questions, but I am not fully, it's lovely information. But is it always the right information, the right version, right? So the Academic Excellence Committee is something along the lines of measuring academic results against the goals established in charter, understanding and comparing growth. Right. But no, yeah, exactly. So no, that's why yeah. Oh, no, yes, we don't need that at all. Yeah.
You had a great job on these kids. And then that was.
I'm gonna adjourn this real quick, and then we're gonna talk.